in Iowa, this community is looking for families, just looking for students that they're of course, okay.
Hear those cops swirling.
Yeah, so it's 9:30 right now. 8. We have more crews out there. We have crews out there spread across that area there as we continue to have team coverage on this. I do know that we have a crew now heading to Dallas County Hospital, so we'll kind of see what it looks like out that way and give you all a look at what's going on out there at this time. And then we also have another crew going to be near the school this morning as we inch closer to that 10 a.m. press conference. I know parent community lots of questions about what is going on out there. Again, the calls came in just around 7:30 this morning, so it's 2 hours. It seems like a long time, but in situations like this, as far as investigations go, as far as information, it takes time to get that information confirmed because we don't want to pass any information to you that is not good. And so we are working to confirm all of the information that comes into us. We are working to vet all of that. In my nearly 11-year career working in news, I've covered several shootings like this, school shootings, mass shootings in public, and it takes a while for the information to come in.
These are moments where you have to take it minute by minute because context eventually unfolds with what police release, what we know about the shooter, what we know about the families, the victims, the connection or lack of connection, what state of mind was the suspect in. So these are all critical details that, as we have reported, we've been on many different active shooting scenes, from schools to, you name it, a lot of different situations where you have to be very careful getting the information and then reporting it to families. So many of you at home wanting answers right now. 1,700 some kids going to this high school right next to the middle school on the first day back to school from winter break. So right now we're looking at the Perry High School. You see fire trucks out there, you see a state trooper. This was a full state response response for police and authorities, and we have heard helicopters also circling the area.
It's a scene that, as Megan mentioned, it's ever changing over the past hour or so that she's been out there. I believe we do have a post up right now from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office offering their thoughts and prayers right now for that community out there. They're praying for all of our fellow law enforcement and first responders responding to the active shooter situation at Perry High School. Like we mentioned, this is a situation that not only impacts the smaller community of Perry, but has a ripple effect to people outside of Perry, near that town, even all the way to Des Moines. I talked to people I know here in Des Moines, and whether they were sources or people I know personally, they're connected to people in Perry. So that way to be with them, to figure out what's going on, because like that father that Megan talked to, he was trying to figure out where his son is and trying to get answers. And so right now, I'm sure lots of people will have questions waiting for answers, and hopefully we can answer some of those questions for you by law enforcement at 10 o'clock here when they have a press conference.
And we do understand these minutes feel like hours.
They do,
for those of you who are waiting to learn more, if you have family affected by this. We are all affected by this. Seeing a shooting unfold, it is traumatic to see as a community. So we just want you to know, we know this is so hard to stand by and wait, and that as we work to get more information, it's hard to watch, right?
It is.
And just a reminder, the We Are Iowa app will give you immediate everything that we know. So if you can't get to your computer, social media, the TV, the app will help you with instant updates, and that can also get you through the day with a bit of comfort as we learn more information.
Yeah, again, we are waiting to confirm the information that comes into us, whether it's coming to our crews out in the field or coming to our newsroom. So, again, it feels like it's a long time that we're going on without answers to every question that we have, but the investigations, they take time. And so hopefully we get some answers in the next about 15 minutes or so when law enforcement is ready to hold that press conference and answer some questions for our Megan McPherson out there. Just to kind of give people at home some context here. I was out at the East High School shooting in March of 2022. That call came in. I got out to that scene probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock maybe. By the time we got into our 6 p.m. newscast, we were just starting to get very good details at that time because there was an investigation going on. And Des Moines police at that point had talked to us. They had given us all that they could to inform you. They had given us the information they could that also did not interfere with the investigation. So these are things that we offer law enforcement on to relay the information to you.
We're going to get to Larissa Leone right now. She just got to the scene with our chief photographer, Don Schmidt. Larissa, what can you tell us? Where are you? What are you seeing? Coming up on 9:45 now.
That's right, Samantha. We just got into town, and on our way in, we did see emergency crews leaving the city of Perry. We're not sure if it's connected to this, but it was definitely heavy traffic coming into town. And right now, we're just right outside the media staging area, and we don't have any more additional information than what Megan McPherson's been reporting. But what we do know is right now, law enforcement right behind me is about to set up that meeting that we are highly anticipating. That's going to come with additional information about what went on this morning at 7:40 when the active shooter was reported. Now, what we do know is that the community of Perry, like we have been saying all throughout the newscast, is not a large community. So there's definitely families all around, not just in the media staging area, but in the city. They've been driving by. Traffic's a little crazy on a couple of the blocks. They have some police officers managing the inflow of traffic coming into town. So right now it's a sitting game right now. We're sitting down waiting for law enforcement to come and let us know what is going on. But just absolutely devastating. We heard Megan McPherson's reporting of that father, expressing his sadness about this all going on and his worry for his son. And of course, there's many family members who are just broken up and just so worried. And obviously, that is a natural response here. And again, we're hoping to hear any information of if anybody has been hurt or if there is anybody actively been transferred to a hospital. All of that is going to come after that 10 a.m. meeting. So stick with us here on Local 5. There are several reporters here on scene. We will have all of that a day now. But right now, we are just, like I said, sitting, waiting here. We're kind of looking around. There's still that heavy police presence, and that was not expected to go away. So that will be here. Media is filing in from all over. But right now, like I said, we are just waiting. We're playing that waiting game. But as soon as we have that information, trust and know that we will bring it to you straight on your screen and on air at weareiowa.com. But I'm going to send it over back to Chinu and Samantha until we get a little bit more information here.
Yeah, so that press conference should be happening, as Larissa mentioned here, in the next 15 minutes or so. I believe they're setting minutes or so for us to talk with Iowa State Patrol and ask some of those questions for you, get you some of those answers. What happened? Any information about suspect or suspects, any potential victims, and the conditions of those victims at this time. Again, this just to kind of recap, this morning. I mean, it's only been the past 2 hours or so. Calls came in to law enforcement around 7:30 this morning. Right when those came in and we got word of it, we started making calls. We started reaching out, trying to confirm any information. We got crews out the door right away to head to Perry there. And throughout the morning, about an hour after those calls came in, we did get confirmed information from Dallas County Sheriff's Office that this was a shooting at the high school there. So that's what we know right now. Megan McPherson out there talked to a father of a student in the school. According to that father, he says his son told him he was grazed by a bullet and that he heard gunshots inside the school. Again, that's all coming from the father who says he spoke to his son. So as you see there, right now, state police, they're setting up to hold that press conference. Just a little more than 10 minutes here. So hopefully we will get more answers for you once that goes on. And we'll also live stream that on weareiowa.com. iowa.com.
And we just want to remind you, this is a process that our
Yes.
reporters are going to go through for you. You need and deserve accurate information, and so we are going to very carefully report to you everything. Team coverage. We do have team coverage. It is about 9:40 also. So context again, happening around 7:30, 7:40 this morning. Reports of an active shooting seen at Perry High School, right next to the middle school. 1,780 kids going to this school the first day back from winter break.
Yeah.
Just a reminder of the level of traffic that was going through the school at the time that this was reported. And the process, as you and I covered the shooting at East High School, it takes all hands on deck
Yes.
to understand what staff experienced, what they witnessed, who's affected, what students are affected by this, the families, everybody trying to reconnect. This area is on lockdown. It's under a shelter in place, a very small community. And so you can imagine the anxiety that community is going through right now. And with that, just stay with us. We're going to keep working to find you more answers.
Yeah, you know, early this morning when we got the calls in, we started making calls right away in our newsroom to get the latest information. And at that time, information was so limited. Within an hour, we got it confirmed that it was a shooting at the high school. But since then, not a lot of information being confirmed right now. So that is hopefully what we're hoping to learn in the next 10 minutes or so from Iowa State Patrol. But Megan McPherson has been out there talking to families, working to get information for you. Larissa Leone is out there now at this time, joining Megan McPherson out there on that scene as you take a live look at Perry High School this morning. We do have Connor O'Neill heading to Dallas County Hospital this morning as well to see if there are families out there, to see what that looks like at this time, because we did get information from other law enforcement that ambulances were out there, helicopters were out there. So we're going to have our Connor O'Neill head to Dallas County Hospital to see what's going on out there. And what you're taking a live look at right now is on one side there you see the police presence right outside the school at this time. That area has been shut down and secured right now. And then on the other side, you see the press conference being set up right now so we can bring you some information at 10 o'clock, just answering some of your questions. Right now, I'm sure people are wondering about any suspect information, any possible victim information. What happened? Why? That seems to be a big question when I've had to cover these sorts of tragedies throughout my career. The big question is always why. And so hopefully we can learn some of those answers, but sometimes that takes time.
And we do recognize this is extremely traumatic for everyone involved in this community, and we want to bring you the most accurate information with sensitivity. Many people's lives were changed this morning, and accuracy, context. What was the motive behind this shooting? The suspect we know so little about at this hour, but it's a process. We're coming up, we're just less than 10 minutes from the presser to hopefully get some information to help you all get through this. And we will have crews out there speaking to law enforcement in less than 10 minutes at this point when they hold that press conference. I'm hoping that our reporter can ask some questions following whatever statement the Iowa State Patrol has to make. If you have any questions you want us to ask, you can also reach out to us at news@weareiowa.com. You can also text us at 515-457-1026. We will look through those questions and ask any of those questions for you and get some answers as well. Again, this is a situation that has had ripple effects throughout Perry, throughout communities outside of Perry, all the way here to Des Moines, about 40 miles away from Perry. And so lots of people affected. I've talked to personal friends of mine. I've talked to sources that I have. I've talked to people I know in this area who are affected, and they're on their way out there to be with people in Perry and to also get in Iowa. You're affected to see the shootings unfold, period. And so we just want to remind you we are working for you. A very sensitive situation happening right now. I also want to remind you of closings. DMAC and Perry, you see their website right here. Classes are canceled today as they are all working to move through this active shooting this morning, January 4th, happening around 7:40 this morning. Now, and soon, within minutes, we're going to have updates from Sergeant Dinkla. This has been a statewide response, police, that gives you an idea of the severity. And of course, messaging us, an idea of messaging us, you can get in touch with us on social media or weareiowa.com. We are on all fronts on this, covering updates for you through all social media platforms and live here on air as we have our reporters out there working the scene. What you're seeing right there is a live shot of Perry High School. A lot of authorities there, state troopers on scene as this investigation is ongoing.
Yeah, so we do have an update right now that just came in. This is according to ABC News. They are reporting right now one person, at least one, is dead in the shooting at Perry High School, and that the scene is now secure. This is all according to ABC News, who is reporting that they spoke to law enforcement officials on what's going on. So right now at 9:53, just minutes before law enforcement is going to speak and hold that press conference, we have an update now from ABC News. At least one person is dead in this shooting at Perry High School at this time. So we're still, again, working to learn now who this person is. We're still working to learn information about any suspect information, any information about victims, and what next, any motive as to what led to this shooting today. First day back in school after winter break, and this happens.
And in middle school and high school, so close to each other in a small, tight-knit community.
Yes, absolutely. And as you heard, Megan McPherson's reporting there, speaking to a father of a sophomore, pulls up to the scene there, shaken up, couldn't quite get in touch with his son, who told him that he was grazed by a bullet, heard gunshots in the school, and then didn't have much communication with his son after that, and talked to our Megan McPherson, very worried. Luckily, he reported back to Megan that he saw his son finally, who was still bleeding and getting treatment. But as you heard Megan's reporting there, parents, families, people who are connected to this, very shaken up at this time. And in 5 minutes, hopefully, we can get you more answers as to what's going on out there. This is a live look as law enforcement prepares to answer questions for us and fill us in on what's going on out there at this time.
And we do have team coverage. Megan McPherson out there, Larissa Leone, our team of photographers. Everybody is just working all the angles to learn more for you, talking to anyone who can give context as to what exactly happened this morning and why. We are coming up on 9:55 right now, just minutes away from this presser with Sergeant Dinkla. We're going to hear from law enforcement and get more answers for you. And we know this is hard to wait minute by minute, as many of you are watching affected by this. If not, in the Perry community, it does, as you said, it has a ripple effect. There's the crisis of seeing a school shooting. Nobody wants to see kids go through this. The middle school and high school right next to each other. And again, this was the first day back from winter break, so a day that should have been exciting, it turned into a traumatic shooting, active shooting. So this is over 1,700 kids that go to Perry High School. So a lot of families affected by this. So many people with questions. Please message us on all social media platforms. However, you can reach out to us. We are working for you to get you through this, get you answers today.
Yeah, and as you see, we're on a computer and we're coming back as we're gathering information right now. Information is flowing in, so we're working to vet all of that and confirm as much as we can, as quick as we can. We want to be accurate. I say this a lot throughout my career covering breaking news. It's important to be accurate, more so than it is important to always just be first. Being accurate is important because we owe that to you at home who have questions, who need answers. So we will continue to do all of that. As you see there in that live look outside of the school there, law enforcement gathering around, getting ready for that press conference that should be coming up any minute now. We have Megan McPherson standing by. Again, if you have any questions at all that you want us to relay, be sure to email us either at news@weareiowa.com, or you can text us as well, 515-457-1026, and we'll take a look at that right now. We have it's all hands on deck right now in our newsroom. We have people on the digital platforms right now keeping an eye out and also updating information on weareiowa.com, and going to get that press conference streaming for you once it starts. We have crews out there in the field. Megan McPherson at the school, Larissa Leone also standing by there at the school, Connor O'Neill heading to Dallas County Hospital because we did get information that helicopters, ambulances were all at the school, and as you can see there outside of the school, still lots of law enforcement there. Megan McPherson told us since she's been out there for nearly 2 hours now, the scene hasn't tapered off at all.
No, and that shows you this is a significant situation. People from across the state responding, state troopers out there, and the helicopters trying to get that aerial view of the scene. Again, Perry High School is what we are following right now. Active shooting that was reported around 7:40 this morning during a very high time of traffic. You'd think first day of school getting back, kids and family getting back from winter break. So parents at home, I know you're thinking how crazy that first day back to school is. So many people coming and going. You're just trying to get your kid to their class on time. And then an active shooting unfolds. So we are very carefully getting our team on this from all angles, working minute by minute. As the seconds go by, we understand that this is hard to wait, and we have about just over a minute that we're going to go to that presser, and we just want you to know we want to give you the most accurate, most sensitive information, because this is many parents' worst day they could imagine.
Yeah, and we will have that, I believe we will have that streaming live on our website as well, www.weareiowa.com/watch. So we will have that streaming. According to ABC, this came in just minutes ago. According to ABC News, at least one person is dead in this shooting. The calls came into law enforcement around 7:30 this morning. As soon as our team in the newsroom heard these calls, we reached out to law enforcement and we sent a crew on the way to learn more about what is going on out there. So about an hour after that call came in at 7:30, we got it confirmed. Dallas County Sheriff's Office confirmed to us it was indeed a shooting. That was information we got confirmed with law enforcement. After that, we've been working to learn more and answer those questions for you about suspects, victims, why. We learned that the area around there had been secured and closed off. So we have crews out there watching about what's going on. Megan McPherson spoke to a father of a student who was inside the school at the time, a sophomore. According to that father, his son told him he was grazed in the leg by a bullet and heard multiple gunshots in the school. And so Megan spoke to that father. We are waiting right now for state law enforcement to speak, and it looks like he's coming up to the podium right now. So let's dip in and see what he has to say.
Coming up on 10 o'clock now.
Everybody good? Everybody got a good sound level? Just checking on the sound. Everybody got good sound? Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Check, check. 1, 2. Okay.
He steps up, and again, we're getting close to doing this here right outside the Perry Bluejays football field. Everybody thinking it might be in place, trying to find some information about what is going on here. But as you said earlier, you know, the entire area around the school is overseas with all sides. I'd say 100 people.
Okay, see if we can get it
Connected.
Services right now. There are counseling services available right now. We want to let you know for those affected, the families affected by this, there are counseling services available at the Perry Public Library. This is today and tomorrow from 10 a.m. beginning right now, and it's going to be available until 3 p.m. There will be no school tomorrow, Friday, January 5th. So if you are a part of this Perry School District, that is a note from the school, Perry Community School District, wanting to give counseling services available at the Perry Public Library today and tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah, and new information that we just got. So we reported that ABC reported at least one person is dead. We do also have confirmed at this time that there appears to be at least 2 other people injured on the scene in this shooting. And so, again, we're waiting for law enforcement to start that press conference, and so we can hear more about what happened out there, if there are any additional victims at this time. But what we know at this time, according to information that we have from ABC News, at least one person is dead, and it appears at least 2 other people on scene were injured. Additional medevac units were originally requested, but have been recalled since, because the situation appears to be over, but it doesn't look like the scene has dwindled at all, according to Megan McPherson, who has been on the ground for the past 2 hours. So that press conference should start any minute now. But what we know, according to ABC News, is at least one person dead and at least 2 other people injured at the scene right now. So we will hopefully learn more about who these people are and learn any suspect information, if what led to this, why this happened. Again, that question there, a big question anytime I've had to cover tragedies like this, is why?
Why?
And that question sometimes takes a little time for law enforcement to investigate and to learn why. So if we know, we will relay that to you. And if law enforcement can't answer that just yet, we will also let you know that.
And as you're standing by, as we work to get you more information, there's ways to reach us. If you have questions or if you know anything about this active shooting, text 515-457-1026. You see Chanu and I on our computers, on our laptops, on our phones. We are trying to keep up with every message we get, to vet it. So please reach out to us if you have questions about this or if you know something that led to this morning. You can also reach out to us on our Facebook platforms. And weareiowa.com. We are reachable in many ways. And if you have the app, We Are Iowa app, you can get those push alerts of information up to the minute pushed to your phone. We make it very easy for you to get the information that you need.
Yeah. Again, we mentioned throughout the morning, Perry is a smaller community. It's a tight-knit community. Just last year, this community faced tragedy when some students died in a car crash during the winter on a snowy morning heading to school. So this community now is just, they were working to get through that. They were mourning that, and then now this happens first day back after winter break. And so this community has seen a lot in the last year. It has the ripple effects throughout Perry, but also the communities around it, extending all the way throughout the state, even to law enforcement. Law enforcement from all around the area are there right now, helping from the local levels to the state levels. FBI is out there, and so lots going on at this time.
Just over 1,700 kids at the high school, but it's right next to the Perry Middle School as well. So you think thousands of kids, every kid matters going through this. Every family matters. That's the athletic field that you're looking at right now. This area is on a shelter in place. The area is on lockdown, and it has been a statewide response from law enforcement, state troopers, enforcement from all across Iowa coming to this. And Perry, just about 40 miles from Des Moines, a small but very tight-knit area. And this is now coming up on just over 2 hours since this happened. And you see 1,785 students. How many of those students went to school today thinking they were going to have just a normal first day back to school from winter break? There are counseling service available. We want to remind you that's at the public library there from 10 starting now till 3 today and tomorrow. Class is canceled tomorrow. And this is from earlier on the scene. You see heavy police presence. This is from the PerryNews.com. This is the pictures they took of police's first response when that school went into lockdown. You have to think early this morning, the response this school had to go through, evacuating students, contacting parents, trying to check on the health of everybody. It's a crisis situation that they have to respond to. So in a few minutes, it should be any moment now, we're going to hear from law enforcement. Sergeant Tinkler should give us an update. You see there another look. A lot of still heavy law enforcement presence in this area. Want to remind you, if you're affected by this in the Perry area, get to the counseling. The public library has 10 to 3 today and tomorrow. A lot of folks are going to be hurting from this today. All
right, so 10:07 right now is your time. I believe law enforcement is ready to get going with that press conference, so we're going to listen in and check back with you after that.
Good. My name is Sheriff Adam Infante, I-N-F-A-N-T-E. I'm the sheriff here in Dallas County. I'm joined by our state, local, and federal partners here at the Perry High School. This morning at approximately 7:37 a.m., we had a Sears radio activation at the high school, which indicated an active shooter situation. An officer first arrived within 7 minutes of that activation and located multiple gunshot victims. We're still unclear of exactly how many are injured or what the extent of those are, but we're working on that right now. There is no further danger to the public. The community is safe. We're just now working backwards, trying to figure out everything that happened and make notifications. There'll be another update later on today. It's still very early. This happened at approximately 7:37 this morning. School didn't start yet, luckily, so there was very few students and faculty in the building, which I think contributed to a good outcome in that sense. But we'll have more information later on this afternoon. We will not be releasing any more information in the meantime, so please be patient with us so that we can talk with these victims and their families and try and figure out what happened. We won't be answering any questions today either, or right now. We'll let you know later on this afternoon what time we'll be meeting back with you again, and we hope to provide more detail then.
So can we, just to be clear, you don't have a number of people who were injured in this?
We're still working on that.
Have you identified the shooter?
Yes.
What's their current status? Are they alive?
We'll get to that later on this afternoon.
Can you confirm if the shooter was a student at the school?
I can't confirm that right now.
Can you confirm anything yet?
No, not right now.
Reunification center for families and students right now?
Great point. The Reunification Center has already been established, and at most of those, I think all the kids have been reunified already. So we're good in that area. Thank you.
Are there any faculty members that were hurt?
I can't answer that question yet.
Have you made any apprehensions or arrests?
Can't answer that question yet either.
We'll take no further questions at this time. We'll see you this afternoon.
Sorry, just want to make sure.
I will let you know. We don't know.
Iowa Department of Public Safety will push out a message as far as location and time of the next press conference.
Okay.
So if you go to the Iowa Department of Public Safety website, it'll be posted there probably shortly after noon. I'm sorry? There's nothing more that we're going to be able to answer right now. Thank you.
All right, time is 10:10. That was Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante who just briefed us there. Not a whole lot of information that came out of that, but what he did tell us that we have learned that is new right now is that this shooting happened before the school day started. So he said not a lot of people were inside the school at the time that this happened. He did confirm officers, when they arrived 7 minutes after that call came in about the shooting, the call came in at 7:37. The first officers arrived 7 minutes after that. Sheriff Infante says officers found multiple people shot. Right now, he said, quote, "It's unclear how many people are injured at this time." He did not elaborate how many people were injured. He did not elaborate on if anyone was killed or give any suspect information at this time. As you heard, Meg McPherson asked about students and reunification center there. He says that it appears that all students have been reconnected with their families at this time. And then someone else out there asked if any staff were injured in this shooting or killed in this shooting. The sheriff did not elaborate any more on that. So Megan McPherson, you stood out there as the sheriff talked about this and briefed us on that. What else can you tell us as far as what it looks like out there, and what else have you learned in the last about 30 minutes or so?
Not able to hear. Hey guys, sorry I wasn't able to hear you there for a second. I just want to confirm some details that we did hear. I know you guys are relaying what we just heard in that presser, but I do want to confirm some of those details in the limited questions that we were allowed to ask after the Dallas County Sheriff gave his statement. He says that a reunification center for parents and students has already been set up, and he did say that parents and students for the most part have been reunified, which is a good sign. We will hopefully have somebody heading to that reunification center here shortly. We're not expecting another update until this afternoon, but again, he says that the shooter has been identified. Somebody in the crowd did ask if that shooter was a student, if they were an adult. That information is not clear. Hopefully we will learn more about that this afternoon. And also the number of victims in this shooting, in this active shooting situation, has not been confirmed. The word that they used is multiple. So that leaves us to kind of question how many people are injured in this situation. Hopefully we can get an update too from those of us here at Local 5 who are heading to the medical centers in the Des Moines area. But again, multiple shooting victims confirmed. There is not a confirmed number, just that multiple word has been used. And again, there is a reunification center set up for parents and students here. We will hopefully be able to head there and talk to some parents and students, some students that were inside of the building when the shooting took place.
And Megan, I know Sheriff Infante mentioned that right now they're not telling us how many, they're unclear how many shooting victims were injured, but they did say that there were multiple victims when officers first arrived on the scene 7 minutes after that call. They're not, the sheriff is not telling us how many people, if any, have died in that latest press conference there, but according to ABC News is reporting that at least one person is dead, at least 2 are injured, but the sheriff in Dallas County there did not mention that. So right now we're still waiting to see when they'll confirm any of those numbers for us. But again, that is ABC News reporting that. As you heard the sheriff there mention that they are going to have another update later. Just don't know what time quite yet, but they'll be sure to let us know.
And we do want to let you know the police did say there's no further danger to the public. We're going to get out to our other reporter, Larissa Leone, and see what more she can tell us from her perspective with our team coverage for you on this. Larissa, what can you tell us after that presser? Anything new?
Well, Chanu and Samantha, as Megan mentioned, there wasn't much that we heard, but what we do know is that school hadn't started until 7:30, so there wasn't a lot of people in the building, which is a reassuring thing, but multiple people were injured. It is unclear at this time. They have not confirmed how many people are injured or the severity of their injuries, but what we do know is there is a location right now where families can come together with their children and see if their children is okay. That's what we do know right now. What we also know is that they have identified the shooter. They have not given us who the identification of that shooter is, but we do know who it is at this time. And coming up in this afternoon, they are going to give us more information. Right now, officers said they're doing a play-by-play of what they believe happened this morning. So they're going back, they're retracing their steps right now to kind of figure out what all transpired. Now, we do, as we've been saying, they're at Unity Point right now in Des Moines. There have been 2 patients brought via ambulance with gunshot injuries. They cannot confirm any age, condition, or severity of those injuries, but we do know that people were hurt. There were definitely multiple people hurt at this time, and again, we don't know the severity of the injuries, but we will stay on this. We can go around in the community, talk to some people, see what they know and what they've seen. As Megan McPherson had reported, we have already talked to a father whose student was inside the building, and that student was very visibly bleeding and very shaken up, and says that he saw some of the violence take place. Now, as Samantha mentioned, there will resources for the community, not just tomorrow. And there are also other neighboring schools that have shut down and canceled school tomorrow just out of precaution areas. Now, like I said, what we know right now, let's run it right back. We know that there are several injuries. This happened around 7:30 a.m. School was not in session. This was before the bells rang for kids to be in their classrooms. So there was limited staff and students, as police mentioned, in the school. With that being said, there were people inside that were injured, several injured. We also know the hospitals right now are taking care of some of these victims that have been injured in today's shootings. We will stay with you. Like law enforcement says, there is an update expected this afternoon. They have closed off questions, so some of those viewer questions you've sent us in, we're going to try and answer those for you tonight. Alrighty, live in Perry, Larissa Leone, Local 5 News.
And we do have multiple crews out there. As Larissa mentioned there, we checked with Megan McPherson, who was at that presser talking to law enforcement to get the latest for you. Right now, according to Sheriff Adam Infante, he only confirmed to us multiple shooting victims were on scene when the first officers got to the school 7 minutes after the initial call about that shooting. However, he did not elaborate how many victims there are right now as far as people who are injured or possibly killed. He has not updated us on that. He says that they will hopefully update all of us on that later today. No time given yet when that update is coming, but right now they do know who the shooter is, but they're not releasing the name at this time. And right now, Sheriff Infante says there's no danger to the community at this time. Students, as you heard from Larissa Leon's reporting there, students and parents are being reunited at this time. So we do have crews all around Perry right now. We have Connor O'Neill out at Dallas County Hospital at this time. I believe we're going to go out to Connor and check with him to see what it looks like at that time. He's not available yet, so we'll check in with him in a little bit, but we do have multiple crews out there in different parts right now bringing you updates from around Perry.
Also want to let you know LifeServe is sending blood products to area hospitals, and when we get to Connor O'Neill at the Dallas County Hospital, we'll get an update from him at where some people have been taken to. But again, LifeServe sending out blood products to area hospitals. This is the latest updates. There's also a counseling center available. This is at the public library there. So if you're affected by this, you can go to the counseling center, open now until 3 today and tomorrow. Classes are canceled tomorrow. In addition to today, community is safe right now. There is no danger to the public. But again, LifeServe now saying they are sending blood products to area hospitals. That tells you the severity of this shooting. One good thing we can report is that because school had not started yet when this happened, that led to a better outcome, as police said, that fewer people were inside the building at the time of the shooting at 7:37 when the school had not started yet. And that's been a big concern as we've been covering this. It could have been a high traffic time. So that is good to hear.
Yeah, as the sheriff pointed out at that time, there were some people in the school, but not a lot because it was before the school day started. So we do have crews out there right now waiting to learn more. And now comes the part where we wait until the next update comes. But in between that time, our crews out there will be working to learn more, talking to families and talking to people affected by this. We do know at this time the neighboring Woodward Granger Community School District, they did send students home as well because of this shooting. And so if you know anyone in that school district or you do have children in that school district, they are being sent home because of what's happening here in neighboring Perry High School at this time. And so right now we are still working to learn some of those answers at this time. And it sounds like Connor O'Neill is on his way to the Reunification Center. He's a few minutes out, so once he gets there, we will check in with him to see what that looks like, to get all the latest from him out in that area. But right now, according to the sheriff out there in Dallas County, it appears that most students, if not all, have been reunited with their families. So that is good news, at least a little bit of good news that we've gotten out of that press conference at this time. But again, ABC News, this is according to ABC News, at least one person is dead, 2 people are injured. Sheriff Adam Infante out there in Dallas County did not confirm that. He says right now multiple people are injured, but they are not telling us how many at this time, and they're not telling us if anyone was killed in this shooting. Now, someone out there did ask him, I heard it, asked him if any staff members were shot, were injured, were killed. He did not elaborate on that. And so right now, he did say they are going to have another update later on today. We don't know what time yet. He did not say what time, but he says he will let us know when they have that next update available for us to go and get the information for you.
Unity Point is saying 2 patients have been brought to them with gunshot injuries. Hamilton County Sheriff's Office has posted on Facebook their condolences. We know so many people are hurting right now and scared, looking for answers. You see there, that's a Hamilton County Sheriff's Office with a post just trying to share their condolences with the community. You see, have the Perry School District in your prayers right now, praying for all of our fellow law enforcement and first responders to the active shooting situation at Perry High School. So a lot of people just hurting and looking for answers right now as we work to learn more information. The one thing, again, that we can report that is good information is that the school was relatively empty. There were fewer people inside because school had not started yet when this happened at 7:37. So that is good news to report. Unclear right now just how many people are affected, and that's what we're going to stay on for you right now. Reunification Center is open where families are reuniting with their kids. And again, there's a counseling center at the Perry Public Library. Get there if you need support to get through this day. They are open right now till 3 o'clock today and tomorrow. School is canceled both today and tomorrow as the community just moves through this.
And we heard from the sheriff out there in Dallas County. He mentioned that the scene is now secured. There's no more danger to the public. So what's next? What's the next step here? He says now they work backwards to figure out, like I mentioned earlier, why. So they're working backwards in this investigation now to figure out what happened, what led up to this shooting this morning. So what we do know, and he brought this up, he brought up a play-by-play on what happened, brought up a timeline. We know that the first call came into law enforcement at 7:37. Just 7 minutes after that, the first responding officers arrived to Perry High School. When they got there, they found multiple people shot and injured. He did not elaborate how many. He said multiple people shot and injured. He also did not elaborate how many people are possibly killed at this time. However, we do know, according to our Megan McPherson out there, who is reporting that law enforcement say they do know who the shooter is, but have not identified who this shooter is. So we'll wait to get a name for that person at this time. But again, students right now and families, they're working to reunite students and with their families at this time. And we're still, again, waiting for that next update to come. But we do know, and we have this confirmed at this time, that 2 victims were brought to the hospital. And so, again, we'll stay on top of this, and we have crews heading to the Reunification Center at this time. And we'll check in with Connor as soon as he gets there and gets ready to go.
And just as we ask for your patience as we work to get information, authorities are also asking for your patience. As Chnu, you mentioned, they have to work backwards now. And they need to get the facts right. They need to understand the motive, what led up to this, and that is a very tedious process. So asking for your patience just as we are, as the minutes go by. We know this has been a very long morning for so many people, over 1,700 students.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, 7:30, that call came in, according to the sheriff. We're coming up on 10:30 now, so 3 hours seems like such a long time. If you're affected by this, if your students go to that school, as we take a look out at this video from this morning from the PerryNews.com, when officers were pulling up to the school this morning after the shooting happened at Perry High School, lots of police out there. And when you take a look at this video here, the scene now doesn't look any smaller at this time. It's just that the sheriff says the scene is now secured. There's no longer a threat to the public at this time. Now they're working backwards in the investigation. And again, we're working to learn more information about the suspect, who police say they have ID'd but are not naming at this time, and working to learn the exact numbers of victims who have been injured, possibly killed. One person asked if any of those victims were staff members. The sheriff did not elaborate on that. And as you mentioned a couple times, Samantha, this happened before the school day. So the sheriff says in just the smallest ounce of good news, there weren't, it wasn't a full school yet, and just a few people inside at the time. Their first day back from winter break.
Right. This January 4th happening so early. LifeServe, again, sending blood products to area hospitals. So that tells you just how intense the impact is from this. And at this point, they have been under a shelter in place in this area. So just give you a lay of the land. This is the middle school right next to the high school. And so a lot of kids in this area, a tight-knit community, as we have been sharing with you. We have covered this community, many stories out there, and the families have been under a shelter in place. What feels probably an eternity at this point. Roads have been blocked off in that area, as they do say, though, authorities say there is no threat to the public. So now it is a matter of understanding what led up to this and just how many families are affected, what are the injuries. We do know there are 2 patients that were brought to Unity Point with gun and shot injuries. So for the families that, are very scared and just looking for answers right now, we understand 1,785 students, whether they went to school or not today, everyone is affected by this. This is the Perry Community School District. And again, can't say it enough, first day back in school for students from winter break. This is such a traumatic experience for them to go through. Perry, it's about 40 minutes northwest of Des Moines, and it has been a statewide response of law enforcement. ABC confirming at least 1 dead, 2 injured in this active shooting this morning.
You can't help but think about the people who live in this community, the people who have children who go to Perry High School. This community, that school has gone through a lot in the last year. March of last year, 2 students died, 1 severely injured in a crash as they headed to school, and they held vigils for those students. They mourned those students, and now just nearly a year later, this happens at Perry High School. And a community that size, this has a ripple effect throughout the community. Neighboring Woodward Granger Community School District tells us that they've now sent students home, and the Perry DMAC campus location is also closed today because of this. So right now, everyone is just asking those questions that naturally come with tragedies like this. And of course, we're working to learn more as well. If you have any questions, be sure to reach out to us as well. You can text us 515-457-1026. And once we get those questions, we'll look through them. And at the next press conference, we'll be sure to bring any of those questions to law enforcement and ask them as well to see if we can get you some answers. You can also email us at news@weareiowa.com if you prefer to reach out to us that way. And we'll be having and posting all the latest information on our website, weareiowa.com.
You and I have covered many shootings in our careers. They never get easier, and we want you to know we cover them delicately, and we want to thank you for trusting us and sticking with us as we work to learn more information on this one. It is many parents' worst day that they can imagine, and we just want you to know our team is working diligently to bring you all the information we can to just help us all move through this. It affects everyone. It's not just the families in that community, but watching a active shooting scene unfold on live TV it's a traumatic experience. So we thank you for your patience as well with us. It's tough to cover, and our teams are out there. We have Connor O'Neill at Dallas County Hospital, and Larissa Leone is up now. Larissa, we are coming up on 10:30 now. What can you tell us?
All right, just let me know. I'm happy to.
Well, Samantha, there's not a lot of updates here with us here. We did see quite a bit of buses kind of going past the Perry High School on my left side here. But other than that, let's talk about what we don't know. We don't know we don't have a confirmed name of who this shooter is. We do not know how many people have been injured. But what we do know is that this happened early in the morning before school got started in session. So there was not as many students, which is a big point here, but there were several injuries. Like you guys have stated, we have Connor O'Neill, we have other people out at hospitals trying to confirm, as we've been hearing confirmations of victims going to those hospitals from Perry High School, but we don't know the severity of their injuries. We don't know what they're dealing with. So we will continue to be picking up on that information as we learn more. And we're also anticipating another conference that can give us more information and kind of fill in those gaps of what I just said that we do not know at this time. But I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Larissa, before we let you go, when you look at that scene out there where you're standing at this time, what has changed for you in the last 30 minutes? Have law enforcement left the scene? Are more arriving? Or is it pretty much the same? It's been steady for the last about half hour.
Yeah, that's a good question, Chanu. I can kind of step out of frame here. Definitely kind of dwindling down just a little bit. I wouldn't say that there isn't as much presence here. I think they're kind of spreading out into different areas within this community, this near Perry High School here, but still the same amount of people kind of on the scene, kind of assisting, just not as clumped as we've been seeing it around Perry High School right in this shot right here. We've had several law enforcements. We've seen Sergeant Paul Parizic with Des Moines Police Department. We've seen a lot of people kind of just coming to the Perry community. So to answer your question, Chanu, certainly not a lack of people didn't go away. They just kind of spread out amongst the Perry community.
And I'm sure it'll stay that way for several hours, as we heard Sheriff Adam Infante say in that press conference just now, that they're starting to now work backwards in this investigation to figure out why this happened, figure out the motive of what's going on. And, you know, as he mentioned, this happened before the school day. So still not a lot of people in the school, but there were people in the school. We heard from one father who Megan McPherson talked to, who said his son was in the school at the time, heard the gunshots, his leg was grazed by a bullet, all according to that father. And so the sheriff says they have been working to reunite students with their parents. So we're going to check in with Connor O'Neill, who just got out there to the Reunification Center. Connor, what are you seeing out there at this time? Have you talked to any families out there? What does it look like?
Hey, Chanu and Samantha. Yeah, so McCurry Community Buildings, where I'm at right now here in Perry. I'm going to step out of the way actually right now just so you guys can see what's kind of going on here. I haven't actually talked to anyone yet. We just arrived 2 minutes ago on the scene. This is what it's looking like right now. Cars full in the parking lot. You know, we got the other stations here as well. Lots and lots of sheriffs on the scene. They're talking. You know, give me a couple minutes and I'll be able to talk to some of the parents. There are out here. Looks like, you know, some of them have reunified, thankfully, with their parents. Some of those students have been. We are at the Dallas County Hospital. Before then, there was nothing there. We later confirmed that some Mercy One helicopters and ambulances were sent, and some of those were sent to Des Moines. So we know that's not the location for that. So we came here, the Reunification Center, parents here, children here from the schools being able to finally be reunified. I'll check in with some of those parents and I'll give you guys some more details in just a little bit. Samantha?
Thank you, Connor. We'll check back in with you in a little bit here. And as you can imagine, those parents, you can't even begin to fathom what they're thinking if their students were inside that school.
No, it is a day they are excited for. First day back to school after winter break, and to see this unfold, you cannot even imagine the stress, the concern that so many parents are feeling right now. And you know, again, this is over 1,700 kids and their families affected by this. We're going to get over to Megan McPherson. Megan, you know, as we touched base again with Larissa Leone, now can you tell us, in the time that has passed since we've talked to you, is anything different? Is there still a heavy police presence from where you are?
Chanu, Samantha, you guys just mentioned the families and of course the students impacted by this tragedy. I'm actually working right now to get in touch with some of those families. I am starting to see some people in these immediate houses right by the school start to come out. They're probably noticing this large police presence and also this large media presence, of course, looking for answers and trying to get updates. Now, we were told, as you guys mentioned, by the Dallas County Sheriff, that families have been reunited with their students. I'm working to get that confirmed as well, and we do have Local 5 presence heading to the Reunification Center as we work to determine that. It seems like, you know, as you mentioned, 1,700 students, and that's no easy feat, getting all those students reunited with their families. Of course, and there are probably some families of those gunshot wound victims that are waiting for updates, probably from medical centers, you know, waiting for those desperate updates. And so that's the information that I'm working to get confirmed right now. Of course, we're doing all we can on scene right now until we get another update from law enforcement to get what we can confirmed independently. So I'll come back to you guys with any updates as soon as we know. But again, I'm looking to get in touch with some of those families, making sure that those students are being reunited with them.
All right, thank you, Megan. Time right now is 10:36. As we heard from Sheriff Adam Infante out there in Dallas County, The first calls came into law enforcement at 7:30 this morning, so just about 3 hours ago, that first call came in. Law enforcement got to the scene in just 7 minutes, and upon getting to the scene, they found multiple people shot and injured at the school. The sheriff did not elaborate how many victims were at the school at that time. We did get that confirmed in about an hour after we heard the initial calls at 7:30 there. But right now, the investigators are not elaborating about how many victims were injured, if there are any people killed at this time. They do have an ID of the shooter. They know who the suspected shooter is at this time, but have not released the name. But the sheriff says they are holding another press conference later in the day today. Hasn't told us what time yet. They will get that to us as soon as they determine a time. We will have a reporter out there to get all the latest from that for you at this time. But about 3 hours after the initial call, the scene is still very, very heavy with police out there. That area shut off at this time while crews continue to investigate, as the sheriff says. Now they're working backwards to hopefully answer why.
Right, statewide response on this, and though it is a small community, the impact is significant. And the one good thing that we can report at this point is that the time that this happened, very few people were in the school. You think of over 1,700 students first day back to school. It's right by the middle school. A lot of families being reunified. The counseling center is open again. This is at the public library, Perry Public Library. And that is it started at 10 and they're going to be there for folks until 3 today and tomorrow. If you're affected by this, I urge you, get to a center that they can support you. This is a very tight-knit community, and the first day back to school, it turned into a nightmare for all of these students involved. And the area has been in a shelter in place all morning. There is no threat to the public at this point. But again, very little that we know at this point. So a lot of information we're going to keep working for you.
So you can donate blood through LifeServe. Their blood centers are taking donations at this time. You can schedule an appointment to do that. Of course, with these tragedies like this, something as simple as donating blood can really help these communities as they start to recover from something like this, because we do know some of these victims are in our local hospitals at this time, as investigators continue to work on this and figure out what happened out there at this time. According to Sheriff Infante, the scene is secure right now, and there's no danger to the public anymore since 7:30 when that initial call came in. So here's a look at the front of Perry Middle School at this time. We're a little bit closer at this time, so you can see up close there, Larissa Leone standing by there. Law enforcement still around that area, again, as the sheriff says, working backwards to figure out why. Why is a big question that needs to be answered right now for a lot of families, as you hear Megan speaking to a father earlier this morning who was shaken up, wanting to know where his son is, what happened. And so if you want to help victims out there or possibly families like that, donating blood is an easy, is one of the ways you can do that. LifeServe Blood Center, they are taking donations. You can schedule an appointment, or you can walk in and donate at any LifeServe locations. We'll put this information on our website in a little bit here, so you can go to weareiowa.com and get all of that information. But again, any way you can help, I'm sure will go a long ways for this community.
And if you have questions for us, send them to us. We're going to work collectively as a team coverage today, trying to find all the answers for you. And you know, as this continues, we've said this and I'll say it again, the minutes feel like hours right now.
They do.
So text any questions to us, 515-457-1026. We are monitoring all our platforms, text messages, emails. We're working to get back to you on any questions you have. If you know somebody affected by this, if you are affected by this, get in touch with us. And we're going to move through this step by step as police release more information this afternoon. So our reporters are going to stay on this. We got Connor at the hospital, Larissa Leone and Megan McPherson at the site site right now, and our chief photog out there, team coverage, just trying to understand what led up to this and what's next, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and we do want to mention that right now the DMAC Perry Center is closed because of this shooting at the high school. Neighboring Woodward Granger Community Schools have sent students home for the day because of this shooting at Perry High School. And right now we're standing by. We're trying to talk to families who are affected or people who are connected to this Perry community. This is the DMAC campus right there that is closed for the rest of the day. Let's get back out to Larissa Leone. Larissa, you've been able to get a little bit closer to the front of the school at this time. What does it look like as you get a little bit closer out there?
Well, Chanu, to answer your question for early on in the newscast, police are a little bit dwindling down now here on the scene, but we are closer than we have been in the last couple of hours. So I want to step out of frame so you guys can kind of see what's going on behind me. So right now, as you can see, just this little bit of tape is keeping us from where everything went down over at Perry Middle School. There's still a bunch of law enforcement within the parking driveway, if you will, and there's law enforcement on the right side here that is addressing the scene and kind of still active on the scene. But when we first arrived, Chanu, it was all the way back down. It's about a couple of yards over there where the media staging is, and that's really how far the police presence expanded. But right now, it's really kind of contained into this area here. Now, we obviously asked for permission to kind of get up close so we could give you guys a little better view of what is going on. But as of right now, on the exterior of the building, there is no damage. There is nothing out of the ordinary, apart from, of course, the large police presence, but no damage to the building right now. There's no people coming in and out of the building apart from law enforcement. So just wanted to give you a quick update of kind of what we're looking at the scene right now. But I'll go ahead and toss it back to you.
And we'll be standing by for the rest of the day with our crews out there as police plan for the next press conference to update all of you on what's going on out there. As we learned in the press conference about 45 minutes ago from Sheriff Adam Infante, multiple people were shot and injured out there this morning. He did not elaborate how many people were injured or if any people were killed this morning. Hopefully we'll learn that later on today. Again, the shooter has been identified. The possible shooter has been identified. Name has not been released just yet, but we do know that right now there's no danger to the public at this point.
Right, and after a shelter in place, that is a relief to families in that area, that they know that there's no threat at this hour. Shelter in place has been in effect all morning, and the roads have been blocked off. LifeServe Blood Center is taking donations. If there's any way you'd like to help, you can schedule an appointment. You can walk in and donate at any LifeServe locations. They are sending blood products to area hospitals, so that tells you the great need there after this active shooting. Again, there's a picture, there's a live scene now of Perry High School, where still an active scene with police authorities there investigating, and we are now coming up on 10:45, so this is about 3 hours out. Very little known. I know so many people want answers right now. There has been reunification, reconnections happening with families nearby. That was established early on. The good thing is that this happened 7:37, just before class started, so fewer people inside the school at the time. And a reminder, if you are in the area and you need counseling, it is open right now at the Perry Public Library. It started at 10, and that facility is going to be available to people affected by this till 3 today. Same for tomorrow, 10 to 3 at the Perry Public Library. So the community, the district, is trying to respond and support families as best they can. Yeah, and this is news that is very tragic, not just to the Perry community, but to the surrounding communities, to the state. We're seeing different agencies offering their thoughts and prayers. We just got a statement from Representative Zach Nunn into our newsroom right now. In his statement, he says, as a parent and community member, I'm beyond angry. My heart and my commitment to holding those accountable is with the community of Perry.
We have a duty to protect our children, families, and educators. I remain in touch with first responders and local leaders in Perry, and I will continue to monitor the situation closely. We will not rest until there is full accountability for this heinous act of violence. So those statements are starting to come in at this time as we're working to learn more about what happened out there at Perry High School this morning. This all started, the initial call came in at 7:30, so a little more than 3 hours ago. And initial officers found multiple people shot inside. According to ABC News, they reported an hour ago at least one person is dead, at least 2 people are injured. The sheriff in Dallas County did not confirm those numbers. He says there were multiple people injured. He did not confirm if anyone was killed, but ABC News is attributing law enforcement sources for this, saying at least one person is dead, 2 people are injured. We do know that at least 2 victims were taken to Unity Point Hospital at this time. So hopefully later today, when law enforcement hold another press conference and we have reporters out there, we'll learn some of those numbers, some of those details, and relay it to you. We have crews all over Perry this morning, 2 at the school there, Megan McPherson, Larissa Leone. We have Connor O'Neill with families right now at the Reunification Center. Hopefully he can talk to them and learn more about what's going on. Actually, we're going to go right up to Connor right now, who is at the Reunification Center. We're going to touch bases with him later, to learn if any parents had talked to him, any students, any families have talked to him, because as we can imagine, those are the people who are extremely impacted by this.
Absolutely. Just a traumatic morning.
Yeah.
So unexpected for so many parents. Do you want to say the agents from the FBI Omaha Des Moines Resident Agency, they have been out there and they are assisting the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, who is the lead investigative agency. We are being referred to the DCI for any other comments at this time. We know very little about the scene, what led up to this, and who is affected, but we do know at least 1 is dead, 2 are injured. This shooting unfolding around 7:37 this morning, and within 7 minutes, authorities responded and they found very few people inside. That is the good news. We're going to get over to Connor O'Neill. He is at a hospital right now. Connor, touching base with you now, what can you tell us in the minutes that have gone by? Things can change. Is there anything new you can tell us?
Yeah, Samantha Chanu. I'm actually at the McCreary Community Building right now. This is still the Reunification Center. I got to speak to a parent and I got to speak to a student who just came out of the building. I'll get to the parent first because this is what I can tell you so far. Her name is Daisy. She's a mother. She was here with her husband. They have a 9-year-old son and a 4-year-old daughter. They were very emotional coming out. And they were willing to tell me that there's a lot of sheriffs, building outside, but on the inside of the building, there's a lot going on in the lunchroom. I don't want to give you the details; they're a little graphic from what they told me, but there's a lot going on in the lunchroom. That's where the students were. Students, they just brought their kids out to the car, but the mom was very, very emotional. She said it's a really depressing scene inside this reunification center. She said her kids were here for pre-K. At the elementary school, because I'm at Perry Elementary School too, where this community building is at. So that's what I can tell you guys right now. That's what I've been working on. I've been just trying to talk to parents. There's a lot of parents. It's kind of clearing out right now. There's still the sheriffs here, but we're working to get as much details as we can. You guys, Junior, Samantha.
A very difficult situation out there, Connor. Thank you. I mean, we're talking children reunited with their parents, elementary school in the area also. Our hearts go out to everybody affected by this, and just know that as the minutes go by, this is an extremely difficult morning for so many people out there. Perry Middle School, you see, with police still out there right now, that investigation actively ongoing with law enforcement from across the state of Iowa to a small town of Perry. Over 1,700 students at the Perry High School, and then you can imagine the middle school and elementary nearby as well. So many people affected right now, and you see law enforcement, a lot of people, a lot of investigators on the scene. So as I had mentioned, this is an investigation of several departments. We do know that state troopers responded to this, as well as several other departments. So heavy police police presence out there. As we're coming up on 11 o'clock now, we learned new information from sergeants, sheriffs just after 10 o'clock, and this has been a very long morning for so many people out there. The first day back to school after winter break, and you can see just a few folks out there as police are on this scene. There have been helicopters around the area just trying to get those aerial shots and understand what exactly happened. At this hour, we know at least one person is dead, 2 are injured from this early morning shooting at Perry High School, right next to Perry Middle School and the elementary as well nearby. So we're working to learn more about parents who have been reunified, reconnected with their children, who planned on just first day back to school today, and it has ended in tragedy. And as we continue to work with police and law enforcement, all the investigators, we will tell you what we know about the suspect. The suspect has been identified. We do not know if it's student or staff, what the connection is there. We're still working to learn the motive. We do not know very much information about the other victims. We are told there are multiple injuries from law enforcement when they arrived to the scene very quickly after they got that first call. And I want to remind you, there is a counseling center open. The Perry Public Library is available till 3 o'clock today, and then 10 to 3 tomorrow. Class is canceled. There is support for you if you are struggling with this right now. And as Connor said, it is a very sad feeling, a very scared feeling at the Reunification Center, where families are reuniting with their kids who planned on just getting back to school today. LifeServe is sending out blood supplies to area hospitals as well, so there is an effort if you'd like to give blood. There is great need right now. This is about 40 miles north of Des Moines, a small, tight-knit community that's been through a lot in the past year, and this does not It's certainly a difficult day for students to process as their families move forward, just try to understand what happened. And we understand you're wondering at home, why would something like this happen to kids? This is a high school, middle school, elementary in the area, and that is what we're going to work to find for you today. We're going to work to learn what we know about the suspect, as well as, the families affected. How can you help? How can you get involved in trying to support these families moving forward?
Yeah, still lots of unanswered questions at this point, and that's why our crews are staying out there for this team coverage for us today. A press conference still coming up later in the day, according to Sheriff Adam Infante in Dallas County there. He has not said what time, but he says they will let us know when that next press conference is, so hopefully we can answer questions for you as far as how many victims, the name of the suspect in this shooting today. But it has been a long morning for many people out there in the Perry community because of all of this that is going on right now. We heard the sheriff earlier asking for your patience as they start to now work backwards in their investigation to answer the question, why? Why did this happen? What led up to this? What is the motive? They're trying to answer those questions through this investigation. Sheriff Infante says they are now working backwards in this investigation to hopefully bring you some of those answers right now. But the initial call came in at 7:37. It took officers less than 10 minutes to respond to Perry High School, which is in the same building as Perry Middle School. The elementary school is separate, but the middle and high school are together. So we do want to just clarify that for you if you're not familiar with the high school out there. But again, right now, the sheriff's office is still working on that, and they have not elaborated on the numbers, but ABC News is reporting at least 1 dead, at least 2 injured, again, according to ABC News. So we are still waiting to get more of those numbers confirmed by the sheriff's office.
And LifeServe, to give you a more specific way of helping out now, LifeServe Blood Center, so they are actively sending blood and blood products to Des Moines area hospitals in response to this. They want you to know they are the sole blood provider to all hospitals in this area. So if you are interested in responding to this, they encourage you to schedule an appointment, or you can walk in to donate blood at any of their blood center locations. And they are saying they need help replenishing the products they're currently using as we speak. So again, LifeServe Blood Center, they are taking donations. You see there on your screen. You can schedule an appointment or you can walk into any locations, and to simplify their impact, know that they are the sole blood provider to all hospitals in this area, actively sending blood products out to area hospitals right now.
This is a situation that's been, I know, for many people out there who are affected by this. It seems like the day has been so long and you're still waiting for more answers. But as we heard from the sheriff there, they're working on this.
Yes.
They are working on this. They are working backwards on this to figure out what happened out there this morning. And so he asks for your patience as they continue investigating this. You know, when he spoke earlier about an hour ago, you can almost hear it in his voice. The emotion in his voice as he spoke about what happened, what his department saw, why they got out there. And it's not just his department out there right now. You've got multiple state agencies out there. We're taking a live look right now at the Reunification Center there, where students were brought out there to be reconnected with their families. The sheriff says this morning at 7:37, when the initial call came in, school hadn't started yet. So there weren't many people inside the school at the time. Megan McPherson a couple hours ago spoke with a father whose son was inside at the time. He says his son reached out to him and told him he heard multiple gunshots. His leg was grazed by a bullet, and that he was trying to see where his son was, and it took a little bit, but he did end up updating Megan saying that he was able to reunite with his son. So we have Connor out there at the Reunification Center, sticking around, talking to families and just hearing what they have to say, how they're impacted by this. But as we take a live look out there right now, the tape is up, the scene is secure, as law enforcement keep investigating.
And Shanu, we have been talking about the heavy law enforcement response to this. This is the FBI from Omaha responding with Des Moines Resident Agency. They are all there. They're assisting the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, who is the lead investigative agency right now. And all comments are coming from the Division of Criminal Investigation. It is a statewide and out-of-state response to this. At least 1 dead, 2 injured at this Perry High School shooting. So again, if you need support, if you're affected by this, Perry Public Library is offering counseling. That's the school district trying to work with families and support those that are really hurting today.
Yeah, this is a situation that is going to keep developing throughout the day, minute by minute. And of course, as soon as we confirm any of that information, we'll give it to you right here, either live on air or on our website, weareiowa.com, because the information is coming in fast. And we are working to confirm all of this information with law enforcement. As you heard again from the sheriff there, please be patient. We are connected with them. We are talking to them, trying to confirm every piece of information that comes in through our phones and our emails and on social media. And we have crews out there as well. So if you have any questions, be sure to text us or email us. You can email us at news@weareiowa.com or text us at 515-457-1026. We have, it's all hands on deck. We have people working in the digital department. We have producers who are standing by, who are updating all of the latest information. So with that, I believe we are going to check in with Dana Searles, who is okay, we're going to pause on that for a little bit.
We will be right back.
Okay, while we wait for that.
We're going to get into our midday coverage. Keep it right here. And we continue our coverage at this hour. It is now 11 o'clock. We have been following this active scene for you. We're going to get out to our reporter, Dana Searles, right now for what she has found in her coverage, team coverage right now on this active shooting. Dana, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, I'm out here at Iowa Methodist Medical Center right downtown, and we do know that there were 2 people transported here from the scene. We don't know information about the age or when they got here, but when I first arrived, there was a much larger police presence right outside. We had officers lined up right behind me. We had multiple police cars. It has dwindled down a little bit since. Just as we were standing here, we did see a Mercy One helicopter flying right over us, so we don't know much information about what is going on, but we do know 2 people were transported here from the scene. They're not releasing any more information now, as they're going to continue to notify families and figure out more to get those connected. We're going to continue following this, and they'll be releasing more information later today, so we'll keep you updated on that. I did see a LifeServe car driving right through. They've been transporting blood to the hospitals to help out with this, but that's all that we really know right now. And again, 2 people were transported here downtown from the scene, but no further information for now. But we'll keep following this and bring you more updates.
All right, we'll check in with Dana again in a little bit. If you are just joining us now at 11:01 for Local 5 News Midday, we are following breaking news right now. A school shooting in Perry. Calls came in initially at 7:37 this morning. This is according to Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante. When the initial officers got there, less than 10 minutes after that initial call, they found multiple people shot and injured at Perry High School. Right now, the sheriff is not elaborating how many victims were shot and injured. He's not elaborating or confirming if anyone was killed. But in his latest press conference about an hour ago, that was the information he told us. This is a look this morning when that initial response was there this morning from the perrynews.com. You see all of those law enforcement cars out there swarming the parking lots this morning after that initial response at Perry High School. Dallas County Sheriff's Office confirmed to us a little about an hour after the initial call that it was indeed a shooting at Perry High School. Right now, ABC News is reporting at least 1 person is dead and 2 people are injured. That is according to ABC News. When we spoke to the sheriff an hour ago in Dallas County, he did not confirm those numbers to us. He only said, right now, it is still unclear how many people are injured, and he did not say if anyone was killed in this shooting. So again, that is what the sheriff said, and this is what ABC News is reporting. But he did say they are holding another press conference later on today, and we will be there to bring you the latest information, but he just hasn't said what time yet, and he said he'll let us know.
And one thing, a lot of parents were so concerned about this being that rush hour time during school drop-off for the first day back to school, and authorities did say that is how it turned out. It was better than what they could hope for because there were fewer people inside the building. So that is some good news that we can tell you, in that there were very few people inside. This is a school of 1,785 students, and the first day back after winter break. The school district is about 40 miles northwest of Des Moines. There's FBI investigators from Omaha. There's state troopers there, a heavy response of police presence. And at this point, as we have told you through the morning, now is the time that they work backwards. They try to understand what led to this shooting. And they've been asking for your patience at home as they work to give us more information, and we can bring that to you. But I think it's so hard to be patient for so many people right now, and we understand you're having a lot of questions, and understandably, we are doing our best to bring you up-to-the-minute information.
Naturally, people are going to have questions when these things happen, these tragedies happen. The sheriff himself even said, we're working on this. Please be patient with us. It's 11 o'clock right now. This happened around 7:30 this morning, and so it seems like the morning has been so long, but they are working on this. They will let us know as soon as anything else happens. But again, this happened around 7:30 this morning, and the sheriff, this is what he said about this morning when officers first got there and found multiple people injured.
It's still very early. This happened at approximately 7:37 this morning. School didn't start yet, luckily, so there was very few students and faculty in the building, which I think contributed to a good outcome in that sense.
So there you go. You hear from the sheriff himself talking about just the events that happened this morning there. He kept that press conference short. He kept it brief. But he did say they will answer more questions later on today. He didn't say what time, but he says that they will let us know as soon as they nail down a time. But right now, because it was before the school day started, not a lot of students or people in the school, and so they were able to reunite most, if not all, students with their families. And we have Connor O'Neill standing by at the Reunification Center there, talking with families this morning.
And, you know, for families affected, if you do need counseling, we just want to remind you, the Perry Public Library is offering counseling through the school district. They've been going since 10 a.m., opening their doors to that, and they'll be open for you to come in till 3 o'clock today and tomorrow with classes canceled, the area being shut down. It's been in a shelter in place much of the morning. Thankfully, there is no threat to the public, according to police. And again, get to the public library if you need support right now. Also, if you would like to help, LifeServe is taking blood donations to help the school through this. They are the sole blood provider to area hospitals. You can make an appointment or you can walk in. You see there, they are taking all donations they can get right now as they help these families get through this. We know multiple injuries. We do not know how many, what is the condition, what's the extent of the injuries, but there's a great need for blood right now.
Yeah. And this is a tragedy that now people all across the state are now speaking about this. They are sending their thoughts and prayers to the people in Perry right now. And Senator Chuck Grassley just tweeted this statement about this tragedy. He says, "Today's appalling violence at Perry High School is heartbreaking. Barbara and I are grateful for quick response by school officials and law enforcement to protect students and restore safety. The Perry community is strong and will band together through hard times. I'm here to help if additional federal resources are needed." And that's from Senator Chuck Grassley. That he tweeted that just not long ago at 10:40. Representative Zach Nunn also tweeted a statement this morning about this, saying in part, quote, "As a parent and community member, I'm beyond angry. My heart and my commitment to holding these accountable is the community of Perry. We have a duty to protect our children, families, and educators." So right now we're starting to hear from our elected leaders about what's going on here because this is, again, a tragedy that has ripple effects in Perry and outside of Perry, a community that saw tragedy just less than a year ago, March 2023, 3 students involved in a crash, siblings. 2 of them died, 1 severely injured. Students here held vigils. They mourned their classmates. Families mourned those siblings, and then now this. So this community has been through a lot.
You think of so many children in the area this morning, and had they were excited to go back to school, and the day unfolds.
Yeah, the first day back
from winter break. It's hard to imagine what the parents are going through right now.
Yeah.
You know, learning about their child, learning about what led to this shooting, why. So many people want to know why. How do you make sense out of something like this? Please message us, get in touch with us if you have questions you'd like us to ask as we work to investigate this. And if you are affected by this, we also want to hear from you. You can send your questions. Text us to 515-457-1026. You can email news@weareiowa.com. We are also on Facebook and Twitter. Just get in touch as we work to learn more information and send your questions. We will get right on it. If you want to give, I'm going to say it again and again and again because a lot of people want to help and they don't know how. LifeServe Blood is delivering the blood products, and they're taking walk-ins and appointments. At this point, it's just, any way you can be a support to this community. Again, they are the sole provider to area hospitals, and they are in great need right now with at least 1 person dead, 2 injured that we can report.
This is, again, a situation where information is coming in continuously. A lot of it we have to vet, we have to confirm, but we do have confirmed information from Sheriff Adam Infante in Dallas County there. This is going to be developing all day. We have crews, multiple crews there in Perry at the high school. We have Connor O'Neill at the Reunification Center. Dana Searles in Des Moines as some victims were brought to a hospital there. So we have crews all over right now working on this to bring you all the latest. Here in our newsroom, here in our studio, we have a digital team right now working to get all of the latest information on our website. So if you want to go on our website to get all of that and get the latest, weareiowa.com. If you want to stream our show and our updates, weareiowa.com/watch. But this is, again, a situation that has been really just a lot of developing news throughout the morning. And when that press conference later happens again, we'll also stream that. This is, as we take a live look at Perry Middle School right now, which is attached to the high school. They're in the same building. Police still out there. This scene hasn't changed much in the last 2.5 hours. Right now, even neighboring Woodward Granger School District has sent students home. The DMAC campus out there, the Perry Center, that's now closed. They announced several hours ago that they are closed now because of this shooting. As we take a live look outside of the school, law enforcement out there still at this time. But this is a situation where lots of questions are still out there, and the sheriff says they are working diligently. They are working to provide some of those answers for you.
And we have heard from one parent,
Yes.
talking to one of our reporters, Megan McPherson, sharing that his son is a sophomore and recounted his leg getting grazed by a bullet. It is just the most traumatic experience students can have at a school. So we hear you. We thank you for sharing your experiences with us. 7:30 a.m., this is a timeline. If you are just tuning in, authorities responded to an active shooting investigation. 10 o'clock, the Dallas County press conference began, and that is where we learned that there is no further danger to the public. Authorities were not able to share very much information on the victims. We do know there are multiple injuries. ABC has confirmed at least one dead. And there's going to be another press conference this afternoon, so rest assured we are going to stay on this for you as police then share what more that they can. This is FBI agents from Omaha. This is several departments, investigative departments, state troopers coming. There has been a large police presence out there, a massive response to investigate this. The shooting earlier this morning at Perry High School.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us now, the time is 11:13. I'm Chinu Her. We have been following this breaking news for you out of Perry, a shooting at Perry High School early this morning. The scene right now still hasn't changed much. The sheriff out there in Dallas County telling us multiple people were shot and injured at the high school early this morning. Hasn't elaborated on how many victims were injured, hasn't mentioned if there were any people dead or killed out there. The information you see at the bottom there, according to ABC News, at least one person is dead, at least 2 people are injured. The sheriff did not mention that. He did not confirm that. That is ABC News reporting with their law enforcement sources on that.
And then you think of all the parents that are learning the information as we go. It is a long process. We understand that. You know, it's been a few hours and we are reporting this for you, our team coverage. We get your messages, we've responded to some of those, and then we're getting messages of people who want to help. And so we appreciate you reaching out and staying with us as we cover this. It's a heavy, heavy morning for that community, and we are all hands on deck here. Since it's been a couple hours that we've been on air now.
Yeah, we've had Megan McPherson out there, out the door almost immediately after we got the call. So we have several crews, news teams in Perry this morning. We have one crew in Des Moines where victims are being taken to. So we're going to actually go to Perry right now, check in with Connor O'Neill, who is at the Reunification Center. We'll check in with him in a little bit as he's getting ready there, but he is talking to families out there at this time. Okay, it looks like he's up right now. He has someone standing by waiting to talk. Connor, who is this with you right there?
Hey guys, yeah, we're still at the Perry Elementary School right now. I'm joined here with Reverend Hannah, the First Presbyterian Church. She just told me, we've been talking the last few minutes, that there's going to be a vigil later tonight, so we're hoping to get some more resources for people out in the community. Reverend Hannah, what can you tell us?
Well, the Perry Ministerial Association will be hosting a prayer vigil tonight here at Weiss Park at 5:30, and we invite everyone in the community to come out and support each other through this.
Yeah, what will that vigil kind of look like?
There will be ministers who will be leading it, but we will invite the community to speak and say prayers also. So there'll be a time for us to kind of hold each other's hands and give each other hugs and know that we're together. We pull together. This town has pulled together so often, and we pull together, so we're doing that tonight.
I know you've told me you've lived here in Perry for 6 years, and you're operating the First Presbyterian Church. You know this community. It's a very tight-knit community. What kind of message do you have for them right now?
This is a tragedy, but even in the tragedy, we know that there's hope and God is with us. And together, we will feel God's presence tonight.
Are there any other resources, Reverend Hannah, that people should know about?
I know there are counselors and therapists that have been working with the school. I don't know who they are. I know that Superintendent Clark will be giving a message at some point later today, so he'll probably have more information about that than I have.
I appreciate your time, Reverend Hannah. Thank you so much. Yeah, outside Perry Elementary School. Connor O'Neill, Local 5 News. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Connor. And we'll check back in with you a little bit later on in the show here, because again, these things are constantly developing, constantly changing. And at 11:17 right now, just some breaking news in right now. According to the Associated Press, they are reporting that the suspect in the shooting has died of what investigators believe is a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is all according to the Associated Press and a law enforcement source that they have. The AP is saying that the source that they have was not authorized to publicly discuss these details. So that source spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity at this time. So that is something that we'll work to confirm for you as well independently. But this is all according to the Associated Press. Earlier today, law enforcement did say that they ID'd who the shooter is, the suspected shooter is, did not name the suspected shooter. But again, according to the Associated Press, breaking just now, they're reporting that the suspected shooter has died of what investigators believe is a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So again, we'll work to confirm that information.
And yeah, authorities did not say if it was a student or staff who the shooter is. So significant information coming into our newsroom now. At 11:18, we have been covering this through the morning. The shooting unfolding at 7:37, just before school starts on the first day back from winter break. With that, multiple agencies are investigating this, a statewide effort, and FBI agents coming from Omaha, a large police presence out there. It has not changed much in the level of law enforcement out there. Perry High School, just about 40 minutes from Des Moines, a very small, tight-knit, close community that's been through a lot in the last year and spent much of the morning on lockdown. If you have any questions, text us at 515-457-1026. Questions for us, questions on how you can help, questions to ask investigators. The classes in the DMAC at Perry campuses are canceled today. There is counseling services available for students. This is over 1,700 students in the Perry Community School District, a middle school and high school attached, elementary school out there. First day back to school ending in just a horrific morning. We want to also just remind you, if you want to help, LifeServe is taking blood donations. You can do that by appointment or walk-in, and they do emphasize they are the sole blood provider to area hospitals. To simplify the process, they are in great need of blood donations right now. For that's a way that you can help in some way. A lot of pain this morning. You've heard from Connor, from folks that he has spoke with, a sadness, a morning of grieving and trauma. LifeServe, you can take, LifeServe Blood Center is taking donations. So again, you can schedule an appointment. You can also walk in at any LifeServe location. If you're feeling like you want to help, but you're not sure how, that is something you can do. They are in need of blood right now, as we're a few hours from this shooting that began early this morning.
Yeah, we do have crews out there waiting for that next press conference to start. The sheriff did not say what time that is going to be, but we are out there. We're checking with the sheriff's office constantly to see when that next press conference is. Hopefully we get more information confirmed from him at that time. But this is a constantly developing situation. The sheriff has asked, please be patient with them as they continue to work through this morning. Now, this is a tragedy that has reached far outside of Perry at this point. Some of our elected leaders are talking about this as well now. Senator Chuck Grassley put out a statement not long ago talking about this and offering his thoughts with everybody out there who is affected by this. In his tweet, in his statement, he said today's appalling violence of Perry High School is heartbreaking. Barbara and I are grateful for quick responses by school officials and law enforcement to protect students and restore safety. The Perry community is strong, and I will band together through hard times. I'm here to help if additional federal resources are needed. And he's not the only ones. Representative Zach Nunn, Congressman Zach Nunn, also put out his statement as well about this. He says, as a parent and community member, I'm beyond angry. My heart and my commitment to holding those accountable is with the community of Perry. We have a duty to protect our children, families, and educators. And he goes on to say that he will remain in touch with law enforcement as they continue investigating this. But as we all work to get information, as we all watch on, families out there right now are asking why? And that's a question that hopefully we will get answers to from the sheriff at some point.
And as we continue our coverage, we did get a message from a viewer who wanted to know who is the school resource officer. That is Josh Moore. So we want to let you know we are checking messages actively. Our whole team is checking the messages you send us. So we thank you for that. Please continue to send us questions as we work to get you answers. And keep it right here. We're going to stay with you on the air as the morning goes on. Text us questions here, 515-457-1026. Some of you are also asking, were they in the building at the time, the school resource officer, and were they using school shooter prevention and alert systems at this school? So these are all questions that we're going to ask for you with this presser coming up again this afternoon. So stay with us on air and online, and be sure if you have the We Are Iowa app, that is also tremendously helpful to get you information by the minute when we're able to update you.
And with our crews out there in Perry all day today, we are talking to not only law enforcement, we're talking with parents, community members, and this is what one parent we spoke with out there had to say about this.
It was a text message this morning from my daughter, and it was absolutely horrifying. Like, that's one of the worst moments of my entire life, but the best phone call I got was saying that they were okay.
Thank
I'm
God.
glad that they're okay.
You just hear so much
relief,
but sadness. This is something that I can't begin to fathom and can't begin to even imagine what these parents are going through. Just less than a year ago, March 2023, this same school had to mourn classmates who died in a bad crash out there. 2 siblings died in that crash. Their other siblings severely injured in that crash. And at that time, the Perry community, the school district out there, they all came together, held a vigil, and less than a year later, this happens. And right now, I'm sure most parents are emotionally somewhere in the same spectrum as that mother right there.
Trying to process. Yeah. And a reminder, if you're in need of counseling and support, get to the Perry Public Library. The school district is offering hours for walk-ins to just process, try to get through. They're going to be open through 3 today. They've been open at 10 this morning, and they're going to be open for you again tomorrow, 10 to 3. And the support you're going to need goes beyond that. So again, our hearts and prayers are with so many people today affected by this. It is unthinkable tragedy. I mean, truly, you put yourself in these parents' positions, and those messages, those moments of reconnection, it's, relief for them, and it's also so hard to see the community go through that.
Yeah, and they're reuniting with their children at that Reunification Center where Connor O'Neill is. He spoke to a pastor out there who talked about tonight they are getting together for a vigil. If you want to help and support in that way, you can. There are some vigils happening today for those who want to go out there and join and show your support, as this is a tragedy that has not only impacted Perry, but the communities outside of there. People I know in Des Moines know people out there, and they're heading there. So one prayer vigil for the victims, that's going to be at 5:30 at Weeks Park in Perry. That's hosted by First Presbyterian Church, and the community, you're invited to speak. If you go out there, you are invited to speak. Again, this is at 5:30 at Weiss Park in Perry there, a prayer vigil for anyone who wants to go out there and show your support. It is 11:25. This is a live look there at Perry Middle School. That scene hasn't changed much as we have been watching what's going on out there. You see a law enforcement officer walking out of the school at this time, I believe that is. It's been pretty much the same. It hasn't gotten any smaller as we continue to watch this with our crews out there constantly watching to see what's going on.
Yeah, a very significant police presence out there. We've been hearing helicopters through the morning. Statewide response, and also from Omaha, the FBI out there, state troopers. It's all hands on deck right now to try to understand what they have to do now is backtrack and understand what led up to this. So if you have any questions, we want to just keep reminding you, text us 515-457-1026, and that is a number we are checking constantly. You can also reach out to us on social media if that's better for you, but bottom line, we are working for you. We're working to get you all through this as we learn more. Very little information at this hour, but we thank you for staying with us as we continue this coverage. We have all our reporters out there, from the Reunification Center to the hospital to the schools, the middle school and high school, together. A lot of kids excited to go to school for the first day back from winter break, and now this is their morning.
Yeah, and it's approaching 11:30 right now. This happened this morning, just a little after 7:30. The sheriff this morning went through a timeline of what happened. We've built out a timeline for you to see here, so we can pull that up so we can kind of walk our viewers through that. If you're just joining us, the sheriff says this happened this morning. The first call came in a little after 7:30 this morning. This is a look at what it initially looks like this morning. That was from the PerryNews.com. So 7:37 a.m. Sheriff Adam Infante says crews responded to an active shooting investigation at Perry High School. The first responding officers got there less than 10 minutes after that call, found multiple people injured. At 10 a.m., Dallas County Sheriff confirms injuries, multiple injuries out there at the school. He also said at that time during that press conference that there was no further danger to the public at that time. And so we're still waiting for the next press conference to be held so that we can hopefully get you more information about what's going on. But just a few minutes ago, breaking news, the latest information we got, according to the Associated Press and their law enforcement sources, the suspected shooter in this shooting has died of what investigators are calling a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is, again, according to the Associated Press and their law enforcement sources, who they say was not publicly authorized to discuss these details, and so only spoke to the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity. The sheriff, when he spoke about an hour and a half ago, he did not confirm this. He did not even mention if anyone was dead. He only says that multiple people were injured.
And on that, there's a great need for blood right now. So the main provider for area hospitals is LifeServe. You can donate to that. A lot of people are really wanting to help out. It's a tough situation to process, as we're delivering this information to you as the morning goes on. So if you want to help, if you can donate blood, LifeServe is taking blood right now. You can walk in, you can schedule an appointment, any of their locations. So they are the main provider to area hospitals. If you are interested in giving blood, they are in significant need right now. A few hours since this shooting happened, there's as we have been telling you through the morning, there's a process, there's a step-by-step process of how a community moves through these shootings, and there's just so many layers to it. It touches so many lives. And so if you want to help, please do get in touch with LifeServe.
And that's why the sheriff says, please be patient with them. The time right now is 11:30. We're going to go out to Megan McPherson, who is live out there. Megan, you were our first crew on the scene this morning. You have been out there for several hours. You were there for the press conference. Where are you now? What are you seeing? How have things developed out there?
Yeah, Chanu, Samantha, right here at the top of the hour, 11:30. As you can see behind me here, I'm right in front of Perry Middle School. We've inched a little bit closer than we were when we were getting that update at 10 a.m. from law enforcement. We have previously reported that we have seen some teachers come out of the building since that press conference happened. So this is still clearly an ongoing, scene here. We also have a team, of course, at the Reunification Center as well. But again, here at Perry Middle School, which is connected to Perry High School, there is still activity here. We saw just a bit ago teachers being escorted out of the building that were said by law enforcement to be hiding in the building after the situation was unfolding. I want to just reiterate some of the information that we have confirmed at this time as we continue to bring you the latest in this situation. Now, an AP source has said that the suspect in this shooting here at Perry High School has died of what investigators are calling a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That, of course, coming from an AP news source. Again, we have not independently confirmed that, but that is what we have from an AP news source so far. We also know from the Dallas County Sheriff that multiple people were shot and injured here at Perry High School earlier this morning. It is unclear as of now how many injuries there were exactly. Again, we're waiting for that update, and we are expecting to get it this afternoon from law enforcement, but we just know that there are multiple gunshot victims in this incident. There's also been heavy police and medical presence here. Earlier this morning, we had seen a helicopter land here right outside the school. We believe it was a life flight helicopter transporting one of those victims here in Perry away. And we also know that, of course, some of those victims have been coming to local hospitals in the Des Moines area, so it's very possible that life flight helicopter took them from here in Perry to another scene to be treated. And again, reiterating that Thursday today was the first day back in school for these students after the holiday break, so certainly nobody was expecting this morning. And also just reiterating that, even though this did take place before school officially started, there was still a lot of students in this building, and the teachers and people that are kind of coming out now, and even in that parent that I spoke to earlier, he told me that his son, who is regularly showing up to school early, says that there is usually a lot of traffic in the school before school starts, kids getting there early, kids getting dropped off by the buses. So even though this incident did take place before school technically started for the day, there was still a lot of activity, a lot of students and teachers in the school.
Yeah, and during that press conference, the sheriff out there in Dallas County did say this happened before the school day, and in just the smallest ounce of good news he was able to share, he says because of that, there weren't as many people in the school as there could have been. Megan, when you watch what's going on out there, as you observe what's going on out there, has the scene changed at all? Has law enforcement increased, decreased? Are they letting you guys any closer to the school? All right, sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty there, but as we continue to check in with our crews out there, we have Megan McPherson out there, Larissa Leone is also in Perry, Connor O'Neill standing by at the Reunification Center talking to families, and Dana Searles in Des Moines at a hospital where some of those victims have been taken to there. So as we can see here, an ambulance right there, Ankeny Fire. This is a situation that required multiple agencies to attend to.
Yeah, statewide, a significant response, and Omaha FBI. I mean, it has been a incredible response to a relatively small community. And you think of, middle school, high school students getting ready for the first day of school. That's over 1,700 kids that were ready to restart their new spring semester. And just before school started, 7:37 this morning, their lives changed. So this is just incredible response from law enforcement. Still a very heavy presence out there. Not much has changed in how many investigators are out there trying to walk back how the shooting unfolded, what exactly led up to it. And now that we know new information, that investigators believe it was the suspect dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You see helicopters out there. This has been the scene all morning. Just a traumatic day for so many students, so many families out there, and the staff having to evacuate that school and try to reunify kids with their parents.
Yeah.
It is an unimaginable experience.
Yeah, and we spoke to parents today. We have been trying to talk to them about what's going on, what they experienced out there. Megan McPherson spoke to a father this morning who says his son, a sophomore, was grazed in the leg by a bullet, heard multiple gunshots inside the school. Again, that's according to that father and his son. And then we heard from a mother just a few minutes ago in tears, obviously shaken up from what we heard, but grateful that her child is alive and is safe. And that is sort of the mindset, I guess, a lot of these families are going to be in until they're reunited with their children. But again, right now we're still waiting for more information because the sheriff says multiple people were injured. He did not respond as far as how many people may have been killed in this shooting, and so we will wait to hear what he has to say about that in his next update, which he will tell us what time that is going to be later.
Yeah, we do know it is significant though, because LifeServe is actively asking for blood donations. So anything you can do to help set an appointment or stop by any of their locations, and you can be a part of helping these families get through. Yeah. Thousands of people affected by this. So the LifeServe Blood Center's taking donations. They have been since this morning. You can schedule an appointment and you can walk into any of their locations. And to keep the process simple, they are the main blood provider through area hospitals, and they're asking for blood if you can donate. So there's something you can do. There's also going to be a vigil in the area for that school this evening.
Yeah, and just 2 minutes ago, Governor Reynolds is now putting out a statement. She says, "Our hearts are broken by this senseless tragedy. Our prayers are with the students, teachers, and families of the Perry community. I have been in contact with law enforcement agencies and am continuing to monitor the situation. I will be joining their press conference today." Again, we're still waiting to hear when that press conference is going to be, and we will let you know as soon as we know. But again, this is Governor Kim Reynolds' statement that she posted just about 2 minutes ago. This follows Senator Chuck Grassley's statement that he put out, as well as Congressman Zach Nunn. So we're starting to see our elected leaders putting out their statements, their thoughts on this tragedy that we have been following since 7:30 this morning.
Yeah, 11:38 now, and you see this is just kind of the process, people responding. There's just so many people hurting for this community right now, and we thank you for sticking with us on this shooting coverage, and we just again want to encourage you to reach out to us if you have questions, if you have been affected by this, if you want to help in some way. Our coverage is better when you connect with us, and we are deeply committed to staying connected with you. Our number here is 515-457-1026. You can text us any questions that you have, and we are sitting here on our phones checking emails, checking everything as we continue to broadcast live for you. We are tag teaming it. We've got team coverage out there, so we really are giving this our full attention to get the community through and to find more answers.
And with the situation constantly developing like this, lots of information coming in, we are working our hardest to make sure that all of the information that comes in is vetted, is confirmed before we push it out to you, so that you get the latest, most accurate information of what's going on out there right now. And again, we want to remind you, if you want to help this community, if you want to support them, there are some vigils that will be held, as we heard from Connor O'Neill earlier in his reporting from the Reunification Center. There is a vigil tonight that is going to be at 5:30 p.m. at Weiss Park in Perry. That's hosted by First Presbyterian Church, and community members, people who go out there, you are invited to speak at this vigil at 5:30 p.m., a prayer vigil for those shooting victims. Again, if you're now just joining us at 11:39, this all happened. The call came in at 7:37 this morning, according to the Dallas County Sheriff, Adam Infante. He says officers, the first responding ones, got there in 7 minutes, and that's when they found multiple shooting victims out there injured. And then at his 10 a.m. press conference earlier today, he confirmed those multiple injuries. He also says no further danger to the public right now, and then says that he will have more information in a press conference scheduled for later this afternoon. No time was given, but we have crews out there who will stick around for that and bring you the latest as soon as we learn more. But according to the Associated Press, they are reporting through an anonymous law enforcement source that the shooting suspect in this case is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I'm going to reiterate, that is according to the Associated Press and their anonymous law enforcement source. That is not from Sheriff Adam Infante. He did not elaborate on if anyone died in the shooting. He did not elaborate how many people are injured. So as soon as we get that from the sheriff, we will let you know about that as well as we take a live look out there at the school.
We sent our reporters out to this as soon as we learned of the shooting, and as the morning's gone on, we have learned very little. We are sharing everything that we do know, and we're just going to continue to be transparent with you and tell you the questions that we also have and that we're working to find answers to. You're taking looks right now. That is the school, and it's barred off. It has been closed off since this happened, the area on a shelter in place through much of the morning, and you can only imagine what families there are going through, as so many kids were expecting to just get back to school for the first day of class since winter break. Just the start of a new school year, start of a new year, and then they are met with violence that is, you just have no idea what these kids saw, what they experienced. And so we want to just keep reminding you there's counseling centers available. Perry Public Library, can't say it enough, because when you hear from the families, you start to get deeper into those affected. The trauma that they experience, it is something you never want to go through, obviously. And we just want to encourage you, reach out to these counseling centers if you are struggling with what you are seeing unfold this morning.
And as we heard from those parents in our newscast here, we heard from those parents firsthand how this has affected them. We heard what they said. We heard the panic that they were in when they were trying to find their children who go to school there. Like you mentioned, we are getting people texting us questions, emailing us questions. People are asking about information about the shooter. One person texted us saying that they are a parent of elementary school students in Perry, wanting to know if the school is going to reopen tomorrow. These are questions that we will look at. We will try to find answers to and get them to you. If you have any questions, be sure to text us 515-457-1026, and we will try to get you those answers as soon as we can. But again, accuracy is important. So please be patient, as the sheriff said earlier this morning. Please be patient as this investigation unfolds, as we work to confirm information for you. And we will bring it to you as soon as we can, on air, online at weareiowa.com. And you can also stream us, weareiowa.com/watch. And we will bring you the latest information as soon as we can. And
a reminder, the sheriff did say that all families have been reunified. So that is also a relief for many families this morning, reconnecting with their loved ones, their little ones. So that is a huge bit of good news to tell you about. And then just also, there's such a collective outpouring of recognizing how painful this is for so many people from state leadership. A lot of people going to social media and just expressing just their prayers and condolences for so many people going through a lot of pain right now.
And we hear that through talking to the parents out there. You can even hear that when the sheriff was speaking at 10 a.m. this morning, just about all of that, all that's going on. Lots of questions out there still, of course, from people who are affected by this, or people who live in Perry, who have friends, family, colleagues in Perry. Lots of questions still, and we understand that. We are working to get all of those questions answered for you as fast and as accurate as we can, because that part is important there. And so we do want to tell you right now at 11:44, the latest update that we have gotten is through reporting from the Associated Press. They confirmed through an anonymous law enforcement source that the suspect in this shooting is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, the Associated Press confirmed that through an anonymous law enforcement source. This is not through Sheriff Adam Infante with the Dallas County Sheriff's Office there. So as soon as we learn any more of that information, we will relay it to you when we confirm that independently and get that to you. All right, time right now is 11:45 with our crews out there. Let's get over to Dana Searles. She is at a hospital right now. Dana, I believe Unity Point where some victims were taken to.
Hey guys, I'm out at Iowa Methodist Church Methodist Hospital right now in downtown, and within the past few minutes we've seen the scene here kind of get a little bit more active. We've seen a number of ambulances coming in. We are confirming that there are 3 people that have been transported to this hospital from the incident at Perry, so it has gotten a lot more active. Just as we were standing here, we saw about 2 Mercy 1 helicopters flying over us, and we did a few minutes ago just see a Unity Point helicopter leave the location. So like I said, a lot more ambulances coming through here, but we do know 3 people are confirmed to have been transported here. We have seen a few more officers coming and going, and we haven't had any more updates on who those 3 people are, how old they are, but we should be getting an update here soon, a little bit before noon. But again, we saw 2 Mercy 1 helicopters, 1 Unity Point helicopter leave, 3 people are confirmed to be here, and multiple ambulances coming in and out. So it's very active, very fluid, not a lot of confirmed information that we know, but we'll continue following this. It's getting more active as the day continues, so we'll keep following this and bring you guys more updates for now.
All right, so as you heard from Dana, there are now 3 victims at that hospital there. Earlier when we checked with her, not even an hour ago, 2 victims were there. She was able to confirm that. So now 3 victims there. According to ABC News earlier in our coverage, they confirmed at least 2 people were injured. So now, according to Dana, there's 3 at the hospital.
And of course, we don't know their condition.
Yeah.
So, life served, we just want to remind you, they're in need of blood right now. So we do not know the extent, the severity of their injuries. And if you want to help out, they are taking blood donations right now. You can walk into any Life Serve blood location, or you can make an appointment. They are in need.
Yeah, and there are other ways that you can help, you can support, and one of that is through attending their vigil tonight at 5:30. That's according to a pastor who was at the Reunification site earlier today talking with our Connor O'Neill. That prayer vigil for shooting victims, that's at 5:30 at Weiss Park in Perry there. That's going to be hosted by the First Presbyterian Church, and of course they're inviting the community to come out and join them and speak, and that's going to be something that they hope that you all can go out there and support them. I know in reaching out to people that I know here in the Des Moines Metro, whether that's people I know personally, people I work with, or associates, they know people out there and they're heading out there to see what's going on. This is a community that is just getting over a tragedy not even a year ago when 2 students died in a crash. There's all siblings, 2 students died in a crash, 1 severely injured, and they held those vigils. They came together to mourn that, and then now, not even a year later, this happens.
Yeah, we want to remind you again that counseling center at the Perry Public Library, it's been opened as a counseling center at this hour, and that is the school district creating that safe space 10 to 3 today and tomorrow. So there's a window of time you can go in and speak with a counselor. I do want to let you know that the DMACC Perry Van Kirk Center is going to stay closed through the weekend, so that is through Sunday, January 7th. And DMACC is saying in a statement, our thoughts are with the Perry community and the staff and students affected by the tragic shooting incident this morning. We are monitoring the situation closely for further developments. The DMACC Perry Van Kirk Center is closed and will remain closed through the weekend. So you just also need to know all other DMACC campuses and locations are operating as normal, and they're working to provide resources to affected staff and students. So that's something to know if you go to any of those campuses. They have released a statement. There's just so many people affected by this right now, and the systems that are in place are happening.
Yeah, lots of different agencies, organizations, places near Perry there shutting down for the day. The neighboring Woodward Granger School District sent students home. As you mentioned, the DMACC Perry Center sent, they're closed for the day, and it's a situation that it's impacting a lot of people, a lot of places around there, especially the families, And as we talk to them, they are shaken up. And we heard from one mother who spoke about her experience with this. Her son was shot. Jody Kurth, this is what she had to say.
It was a text message this morning from my daughter, and it was absolutely horrifying. Like, that's one of the worst moments of my entire life, but the best phone call I got was saying that they were okay.
Thank
I'm
God.
glad that they're okay.
What more can you say? You know, the emotions she's experiencing right now, it is a life-changing, in the most horrific way, experience.
Yeah. And you almost hear the relief, but there's so much confusion and hurt in that in her voice when she's talking about that. You know, as we take a live look outside of the school right now, you know, these parents are pulling up to a scene like this, looking for their children. Megan McPherson spoke to a father who pulled up after getting a text message from his son, a sophomore, about what was going on. He told his father that he was grazed in the leg by a bullet. He heard gunshots, and then he came there looking for his father. He spoke to Megan McPherson earlier today, and at that time he was confused, looking for his son and wondering where his son was. Luckily, he was able to reconnect with his son, according to Megan out there, but they were shaken up by what happened out there. And so right now, we're still, again, working to learn how many people were injured, if his son was considered one of the people injured. All we know from Sheriff Adam Infante in Dallas County is that multiple people were injured. This initial call came in at 7:37 this morning, and so several hours later, we have some information confirmed from the sheriff's office, but they're not releasing a whole lot of information. All we know right now, according to the Associated Press, the suspected shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, that is from the Associated Press, confirming that with their independent, anonymous law enforcement source. So we will work to get that confirmed. Now, according to ABC News, they also confirmed earlier 1 person dead and 2 injured. But since then, as we heard from Dana, 3 people showed up to the hospital injured.
And, you know, we have discussed this as we've continued our live coverage this morning. It's a changing situation as we all work to learn more from
a lot of developments,
all angles. Crossroads Church Perry just released a response in response to the tragedy overwhelming our community right now. We're announcing a prayer vigil at Crossroads Church at 7 p.m. tonight. The entire community is invited to join. So if you want to be a part of just bringing comfort and kindness to the families affected, or you need to feel some comfort, the church is opening their doors to the entire community at 7 o'clock. And the vigils will also be happening at the school, as Connor told us as well. So it is it's a lot to process. We get that, and we just thank you again for sticking with us. The prayer vigil for the shooting is at 5:30 at Weiss Park in Perry. That's hosted by First Presbyterian Church, and the community is invited to speak. So you're seeing you're seeing the outpour of understanding how traumatic this is, and how many little ones, how many young students are so shaken up right now. They spent the entire morning in a shelter in place. Now you can see from an aerial view the drone video of this school. It is a small area, but you have to think over 1,700 kids getting back to school today, coming off of winter break. So there was a lot of people coming and going. When you think of when you drop your kids off at school every morning, it's a very busy time. Everybody's just trying to get to class on time, especially the first day back. These kids were trying to get into that back to school routine after spending Christmas and New Year's, hopefully with family. You know, this is supposed to be an exciting day, and it has just unfolded in so much heartache and trauma.
Yeah, and taking a look at that live footage from above the school there, you see the building. That is the building that houses Perry High School and Middle School. The elementary school is not a part of that building. That is separate, but this is the Perry High School and Middle School building. That other shot there is from the ground. We have been giving you that live look this morning. Not a whole lot has changed. They have the streets there blocked off right now. According to the sheriff, they are still continuing to investigate this. At this time, he says they are working, quote, backwards to figure out what happened, to figure out why, to figure out the motive behind this. And he did mention multiple people were injured. The first responding officers who arrived there less than 10 minutes after the initial call says multiple people were injured. So we did get an update just now from the Polk County healthcare systems that are helping with this shooting in Perry here. They say that right now, in response, Mercy One and Unity Point Health, Des Moines, they both dispatched emergency personnel, ambulances and helicopters were sent to the scene here to help out. So they go on to say multiple patients are being treated at Iowa Methodist Medical Center and Mercy One. All of the victims have been reunited right now. So that's all that they can tell us at this time. That confirms what our Dana Searles reported just a few minutes ago, as she is live outside of that hospital right now in Des Moines.
And to give you an idea of the level of investigators on this, the FBI office in Omaha, Nebraska tells us that in this shooting, the FBI Omaha Des Moines resident agency, they're on the scenes and they are assisting the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. That's the lead investigative agency. So many departments, rather, I should say, of investigators taking this on. It tells you there's a lot to understand.
Yeah.
What is the context that led up to this? I mean, that is a significant investigative response.
Yeah, and what we know so far, according to Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante in his press conference about 2 hours ago, they do know who the shooter is, did not name the shooter, did not say if the shooter was a student, a staff member, or just someone from the community, and also didn't elaborate on how many people were injured or if anyone was killed in this shooting. But we do know at least 3 people were injured, according to the hospital that is treating them right now, the Dana Searles is at this time. But again, he says that they are having a press conference later today. He didn't say what time that is going to be, but we'll let you know as soon as he tells us what time that's going to be. And speaking of that press conference, Governor Kim Reynolds put out a statement less than half an hour ago, offering her thoughts and her sympathies with the community there in Perry. She also mentioned that she plans to attend that press conference little on later today. In her tweet, as you can see there, she's talking about how she is, her heart is broken for this community by this senseless tragedy. Our prayers are with the students, teachers, and families of the Perry community. And she says that she has been in contact with law enforcement agencies and she's continuing to monitor this situation. Again, she plans to join that press conference later on in Perry today. And she's putting out a statement following Senator Chuck Grassley, who also put out his own statement in regards to this, offering his thoughts and prayers with the Perry School District and Perry High School out there at this time. He calls today's violence appalling, heartbreaking, and he says the Perry community is strong and will band together through hard times, and that he is here to help if any additional resources are needed. As we take a look at some video here, this is a live shot from out there at this time, live video from Des Moines. You see a helicopter out there at this time. As we heard just now, information confirmed from the Polk County healthcare systems at this time, Mercy One and Unity Point Health Des Moines did send some ambulances, helicopters out there to the scene to assist with this. Again, as we take a live look there, right over Perry High School and Middle School.
If you are just joining us, we are coming up on 12 o'clock just about. I'm Samantha Mesa. We have been covering this as a team as it unfolded early this morning. Yeah. So if you are just joining us, just a terrible scene unfolding in Perry at the Perry High School. And we are trying to give you the up-to-the-minute information, finding answers to a lot of questions. Yeah. Very few answers right now, but we are hours fresh into this. Our team has been covering it from every angle that we can get to, from the school scene, talking to families affected by the shooting, families reunited with their kids, victims being taken to the hospital. There is no school tomorrow. There are counseling services at Perry Public Library. The school district has opened that from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for anyone in need. So get there if you are having a hard time processing what is unfolding in Perry today. Also, if you want to donate blood, there is extreme need for it right now. LifeServe Blood is asking for donors. They're the sole provider for blood products for area hospitals. So you can schedule an appointment. You can also walk into any of their locations, and that will help them get these victims through what is just an unimaginable morning. We don't know the extent at this hour of the degree of injuries, the conditions these victims are in. So just urging that LifeServe is asking for help.
Yeah, and if donating blood isn't a way that you want to help, you can go out there to Perry and support them today. There is a prayer vigil tonight that is starting at 5:30. That's going to be at Weiss Park in Perry. This is a prayer vigil for those shooting victims. That's at 5:30. The community, you are invited to speak. That's all according to a pastor who is involved in this, who spoke to our Connor O'Neill a little bit earlier. And then also at 7 p.m. at Crossroads Church in Perry, another vigil out there for you to go out and join and be a part of this and support them today as they continue to deal with this tragedy. As we take a live look there, right over Perry High School and Middle School, high above there, you see what it looks like right now, but on the ground, still lots of law enforcement out there. They have the street taped off. Our crews on the ground, they've been out there for several hours. They've been reporting. The scene is not getting any smaller. Investigators are still swarming that area as they investigate.
And our reporters are still trying to learn when exactly the presser is going to be. We do know it will be this afternoon, so hours, hopefully within hours, is ideal. I mean, there's just so many people that are really just the anxiety, right? Wanting to know more about what led up to this, because we know so little information right now. And authorities, I mean, they had just a nugget to share of the timeline. Yeah,
the sheriff spoke very briefly, and lots of people still have questions because this is all still so preliminary since it came in at 7:30. And so the sheriff in Dallas County is asking you at home and families to please be patient as they continue investigating to get you those answers. You all have been texting us and emailing us your questions. We're working through those as well. And as soon as we get correct, accurate information, we will share that with you, and that's important. We want to be able to vet all of those questions and give you the right answers, the accurate answers, and that again goes along with what the sheriff is saying, that they want to get you that information when they can. So please be patient as they continue investigating this, and we'll update you later as they have that second press conference. Hopefully Governor Kim Reynolds says she plans to join them out there, and we'll stream that too on weareiowa.com/watch.
And you know, you see us with our computers, our phones at hand right now. We are taking your questions. Any questions you have, text 515-457-1026. You can also email us, news@weareiowa.com. You can message us, just message any questions or concerns that you have, even if you're just reaching out and how you can help. Also, if you have the We Are Iowa app, that allows you to get push alerts, those updates. If you're not at home, if you're not near your computer, you can get those updates to your phone, and that can help you get through the day of just a huge day of uncertainty.
Yeah, and we're coming on 12:03 right now. This all unfolded around 7:37. That's according to Sheriff Adam Infante. So we're going on nearly 5 hours now since this all happened. He spoke at 10 o'clock, going through this morning on what happened.
We're still unclear of exactly how many are injured or what the extent of those are, but we're working on that right now. There is no further danger to the public.
Yeah, he reiterated that there is no further danger to the public. And so that is allowing them to secure that scene, to continue their investigation. And one thing he pointed out that was significant, our Megan McPherson asked him if students were still in the school, if they're with families, and he went on to say that this happened before the school day started. So there weren't as many people in the school that would have been there had the school day had already gone underway. And so they were able to to get students reunited with their families, and Connor O'Neill is at that site right now talking to families out there, and we'll check in with him in a little bit.
And it is good to report that there's no threat to the public,
Yeah.
because so many families were on lockdown, sheltering in
Yeah.
place for hours. And that area, it is, roads are blocked off as they continue their investigation. Had to be some sigh of relief, though, to just know that there's no more threat to the public.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a very tedious process now,
Yeah.
investigating what led up to this.
And with that scene secure, I mean, you think about these parents who they get that text or that call, that alert from their child, and their instinct is probably to rush to the school.
Right.
And so when they get there, they see this law enforcement presence, right? And so for the scene to be secure, they were able to talk to some of our reporters who are out there, and the one father who spoke with Meg McPherson spoke about how his son texted him saying that he was shot. He heard the gunshots. We heard from that mother whose son was shot. She was emotional talking about that. And so we're continuing to just gather all of your questions that are coming through right now in real time and answer any of those questions for you. So I know one question that I saw coming in was about schools tomorrow in Perry, if they're going to be open, if they're going to be closed. We can confirm with you the Perry Community School District says that tomorrow's schools are not going to be in session. Schools are closed tomorrow. Tomorrow would have been their second day back from winter break.
The first week back to school, and this is how it unfolds. You just feel for these kids. So yeah, no school tomorrow. Counseling services at Perry Public Library, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for anybody in need. Truly, they are urging you, just encouraging you to get to that public library, to just take some deep breaths, speak with a counselor, acknowledge the trauma that so many kids are experiencing, and now their families are going to need to guide these young students through moving forward through this. It's just a horrific experience for so many kids to go through. So again, no school tomorrow. Counseling services at Perry Public Library are available. They are going to be open till 3, so that's a few more hours today, and then tomorrow, Friday, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And don't hesitate to reach out for help. There's people ready to help you. As the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, a tweet sharing their condolences with the community. It's just so heartbreaking to see young students experience such a traumatic tragedy at their school the first day back from winter break. 3 hospitalized right now in this school shooting. So as we work to learn what their conditions are, you can donate blood. We'll just keep pushing that, if you're able to. And Shanu, as you said, if you can't donate blood, the vigils.
Yes,
get
join
to a
the
vigil.
vigils.
Find community support.
Yeah, 2 vigils happening tonight in Perry, one at 5:30, the other one at 7 o'clock. Go out there, talk to the people who live out there who are affected by this. They are inviting the community to speak if you are up for it. Again, these are prayer vigils happening tonight. One at 5:30 p.m. at Weiss Park in Perry. The other one at 7 p.m. at Crossroads Church in Perry. These vigils are happening less than a year after this same community, this same school held vigils for 2 students who were siblings who died in a crash, March of 2023, from a bad crash as they were driving into school. They just held that vigil, those vigils, not even a year ago, and now they're going through this and holding more vigils for another tragedy in Perry this morning.
And it's so hard to think of the right words to say. There's really nothing you can say to make this okay for so many families involved in this, but just show some kindness. If you feel you want to be a part of that, just bring kindness. I mean, what more can you say to kids that have gone through such a traumatic morning, right? So we really appreciate the churches that have opened their doors to the community as a whole. You need each other when you go through experiences like this.
Yeah, and we continue to have more and more of our elected leaders putting statements out there, talking about this situation that happened, this shooting that happened. We've heard now from Governor Kim Reynolds. We've heard from Senator Chuck Grassley, Congressman Zach Nunn. And so we'll continue to check with them to see what they're saying. Governor Kim Reynolds, who put out her statement about half an hour ago, says that she plans to be out there in Perry for the press conference later today. So just reiterating, that press conference time has not been set yet, but Sheriff Adam Infante says that he will let us know, and so we will let you know when that is. So this is a statement that just came in from Senator Joni Ernst at 12:03. Right now your time is 12:09. She says, my team is in touch with officials in Dallas County about the heartbreaking situation at Perry High School. Join us in praying for the safety and recovery of those involved. Thank you to law enforcement for the swift response. And that swift response she is speaking about, according to Sheriff Adam Infante, the first responding officers got there 7 minutes after the initial call this morning at 7:37 that there was a shooting there. And those initial officers got there, found multiple people injured in the school, according to him.
And then the response was statewide and even into Omaha with FBI investigating. So a tremendous, very quick response that it's just having a ripple effect throughout our state. And that, you know, a very deep all hands on deck investigation where, you know, they have shared with us now it's time to walk back what led up to that shooting. Every detail matters.
Yeah. And, you know, when these things happen, we want to also let you know about any resources that may be helpful, may be useful for you or your family, you know, moving forward. One thing we want to touch on right now, a resource that maybe you can hold on to is Iowa Safe and Sound. This is a way for you or students to report any school threats anonymously, any hour, any day. This is their website right now. You can call that number at the top of the screen there or go to their website, check it out, and get more information about this. Again, this is Safe and Sound. This is a way for anyone to report any possible school threats anonymously. Again, a resource for you to just know about and keep in your back pocket in case you do need it.
And again, LifeServe taking those blood donations. You know, this has been the past few hours, and for them to push that need so early, it tells you this was severe in the injuries and the need for blood, so you can get to their locations if you can help. You know, we also just want to thank you for sticking with us as we've covered this. It has been a long morning for a lot of people. So at this hour, we're coming up on 12:12. This happened at 7:37, according to the sheriff. And, you know, we're hours into this now. So if you can help out, LifeServe Blood Center is taking donations. You can schedule or walk in any of their locations. They are the main provider of blood products through area hospitals. And we do know, I mean, several people are hospitalized at this hour. Unclear what their conditions are, but you know, just get in touch with LifeServe if you can help, and get in touch with the counselors too. There's people that are there ready to help you.
Yeah, and lots of resources available should you or your family or anyone you know need any of that. All right, your time is 12:12 right now. If you're just joining us, we are continuing our breaking news coverage from out in Perry. There we have team coverage. We have reporters out there still following this school shooting early this morning at 7:37 at Perry High School. We do know from the Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante multiple people were injured in this shooting. He did not elaborate how many people were injured or if anyone was killed. He did not elaborate if the injured people were students, staff, or who they were. All he told us was that multiple people were injured, and again did not say if anyone died in this shooting. However, ABC News reported earlier that at least one person is dead and at least 2 people are injured. That injured number has since gone up to 3 people that we know that are injured. That's according to the hospital that's treating some of those victims at this time. And then the Associated Press reporting through their anonymous law enforcement sources that the suspected shooter here is dead because of a a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And so I want to just reiterate this for you watching at home. That is according to the Associated Press and their anonymous law enforcement sources. So we will work to see if we can confirm that with the sheriff or with any other law enforcement at this time. But keep in mind, he is holding another press conference a little later today, possibly joined by Governor Kim Reynolds.
And as for people that have been injured and at the hospital, Dana Searles, one of our reporters, has been there, and she did tell us that more ambulances were coming through as the morning went on. So they are working really hard to take care of the victims. And, you know, we're coming up on 12:15. We do not know the identity of the suspect.
We don't.
Nobody released that at this point, so we don't know. It's not clear if it's staff, it's a student, what's the connection.
Yeah.
So a lot of unanswered questions right now, and we get that. We understand if you're frustrated, you want to know more. We are doing our due diligence. We have team coverage. Everybody in our newsroom is working on finding you answers right now. It's a minute-by-minute situation.
Yeah, it seems like it's been so long, nearly 5 hours now since that initial call came in at 7:37. As you can take a look at this picture from this morning from the PerryNews.com as officers arrived at Perry High School early this morning. You see all of the police cars swarming the parking lot this morning, and 5 hours later, the scene hasn't changed a whole lot. Police cars still out there, tape out there, the area shut off still as law enforcement continue to investigate what is going on out there. And like the sheriff says, right now they are working backwards. They have the scene secure, but now is when the work begins for them to figure out why and how this happened. This is footage from the PerryNews.com this morning of officers walking around that area outside of the school as they have it blocked off, carrying some weapons there, walking into the school, walking around the premises there. Look at that, just probably dozens of police vehicles outside there this morning at Perry High School. Again, this call came in at 7:37.
And then you think of how fast they had to evacuate the school and getting kids to their families, the reunification process. You can only imagine the chaos, the panic, from so many students expecting to just get back to school for the first day after the holidays.
Yeah.
Many of them were probably so excited, they get to see their friends again. That's such a day of sharing how the holidays were for you, especially as young students. So it's the most horrific experience a young student can go through. I mean, it's all of a sudden, they're on lockdown, they're trying to find their families. So it's been a long few hours, and we get that. And we, again, thank you for sticking with us as we've worked to understand what happened.
Yeah, and we're approaching 5 hours since that first call came into law enforcement. That, again, came in at 7:37. If you're just joining us now, it is 12:17. I'm Chanu Her. We have been following this breaking news from here in our studios, as well as our crews who are out there in the field in Perry, in Des Moines, following all of the latest developments from out there at this time. We've spoken to parents. We've spoken to law enforcement, trying to just give you a wide scope of what's going on out there and the impacts this is having. You mentioned just now, first day of school, and this is what happened. The second day of school is already canceled, according to the Perry Community School District. That was a question that a lot of you guys sent us, asking if the schools were going to be open tomorrow. The school district says no, schools will not be open. So if you do have questions like that or about anything else, be sure to reach out to us, 515-457-1026, and we will look for answers for you and answer all of your questions.
And that DMAC campus in Perry is closed as well. So if that's the campus that you go to, they are shut down as well. It's just a lot for the area to process. Text us again, any questions, 515-457-1026. And we mean it when we say we are constantly checking our phones or emails to listen to what you are saying when you reach out to us. Of course, we are locked in as a team on this, and we're going to just keep working together to get you answers. And this is a statewide response, over 1,700 kids.
Yeah.
Many, you have to think of how many of them, maybe some stayed home today, maybe how many kids were actually on the campus premise when this happened.
Yeah, and luckily, according to the sheriff, This happened before the school day, so not as many students in staff in the school as there could have been had the school day already started. And as we saw in that video from theperrynews.com, from our own crews who are out there, the law enforcement presence was big from different departments, different agencies, different towns and cities. Same with the response from hospitals. So, you know, we do know that Mercy One and Unity Point Health Des Moines, they are now treating 3 victims at their hospital at Iowa Methodist Medical Center and Mercy One. They tell us all of the families have been reunited at this point, but again, that's here, and they're also helping out with treating victims out there at this time. We have crews spread out all across the area right now, just really keeping an eye on everything. And, you know, with updates coming in, we're getting them to you as soon as we can. So we do have Dana Cieros out there at the hospital in Des Moines. Dana, have you seen any developments out there, any action out there right now? What have you seen?
Hey guys, yeah, we do know from my last spoke with you, we were confirmed that all of the victims that are being treated have been reunited with their families. That's new information that we did get from Unity Point Health and Mercy One. Now, we do know both of the hospitals dispatched a bunch of ambulances and personnel out there to help out. We know that at Unity Point right here at Iowa Methodist Hospital, there are 3 victims that are here being treated. We don't know of anybody else. We don't know how many, and we don't know the age of any of them, but we do know, good news, they have been reunited with their families. Earlier when I spoke with you, a lot of active ambulances coming in and out. We saw a lot of helicopters. We saw a Unity Point helicopter leave, but since then it has died down. We haven't seen much action besides a few cars coming and going through, but we do believe we have seen multiple officers coming in and out, and we have seen multiple ambulances coming in and out. So not a lot of new information. However, we do still know 3 people at Unity Point. However, multiple people are being treated amongst Unity Point and Mercy One, and we do know that all of those victims have been reunited with their families. So that's the new information that we have now, but we'll continue following this and let you guys know if we learn anything else. You guys?
Dana, thank you. We really appreciate it. You know, it makes you just hope that whoever's in the hospital, you know, they're able to be cared for well, not knowing anything about their age, their condition. A lot of, you know, families just hoping and praying that they move through this. LifeServe giving needing blood donations. We just want to emphasize that if you can help out, get to a LifeServe location. They're the main provider of blood for hospitals in our area.
Yeah, and that's just one way to support. You can also go out to Perry tonight, join their prayer vigils at 5:30 at Weiss Park, and then there's also one happening at 7 p.m. as well in Perry there, where you can go out, join them for these prayer vigils, and they're also inviting anyone who's there to speak, share your thoughts, just talk about what's on your mind out there. We spoke to a pastor earlier today. She spoke with Connor O'Neill about just how she's feeling with all of this and why they're holding a prayer vigil and where the prayer vigils are going to be when he was at the Reunification centers for families earlier today. And so keep that in mind. This is, again, where those prayer vigils are going to be happening at 5:30 p.m. at Weiss Park, and then also 7 p.m. at Crossroads Church, in Perry tonight, where, again, they're inviting community members to speak if you attend those vigils.
And of course, if you do need counseling, the Perry Public Library has opened its space with the district, the Perry School District, and they are offering counseling for another few hours here, as well as tomorrow from 10 to 3. So there is help, mental health available. You know, if you need to just take in some deep breaths in and out, get to a counselor to try to process what has unfolded in the course of this morning. It has been a statewide response of investigators, you know, huge response for a small school district, and just stay with us as we keep finding new information for you. Still so many things we're waiting to learn.
Yeah, these tragedies, these situations, they are constantly evolving with information, with new nuggets of information as law enforcement continue to investigate what's going on. Sheriff Infante said in his press conference earlier at 10 o'clock he's urging people to be patient.
Right.
He said they're now, because the scene is secure, they're now able to work backwards, hopefully find out why this happened.
Right.
That seems to be a big question a lot of people have, is why did this happen? And that could take a while, and that's why he's asking people to please be patient with them. You know, going on 11 years of working in television news, in journalism, I've covered several tragedies, I've covered mass shootings, and usually with situations like this, I know we want to get information out right away. I know families want information right away, but it is also important that we give you correct information, we give you accurate information. And so as I look at our inbox, as I look at the messages that we get, people have a lot of questions.
Right.
And so we will do our absolute best to confirm, vet all of the information before we get it out to you. But just through my experience as a reporter covering situations like this, I've covered it in Oregon, in Virginia, in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's the process takes time.
Right.
And so as soon as we know anything, as soon as we get accurate, good information, we will pass it on to you.
Yeah, and to just echo that, you know, between the two of us, we have worked across the nation. And so we bring that insight, that experience working in different newsrooms. We understand this is extremely hard for you to be waiting for information from us, and we don't have it just yet, but we just want to assure you that as a team, we are all working right now to find new information, to connect, to give you context. And so we thank you so much for staying with us as we cover this. It's unimaginable what so many people are feeling right now, and we get that. So just know that you've got a team deeply committed. I mean, this is like our life purpose right now, is to just help get you through this. And we really stay with us on air and online. This is, you can reach us at news@weareiowa.com. And you can also reach out on our social media platforms. We also can take texts from you. It is 515-457-1026. You can text that number if you have any questions. Just know that there are so many people working to get you answers at this hour. Coming up on 12:30, it's been a long morning for so many people, and you know, our reporters are going to stay on this through the evening, through all the evening shows.
Yeah, and since we've been following this, as you saw some of those images there from AP, law enforcement has been out there. They closed off the premises around the school there as they investigated all morning, still doing it, still investigating right now, but our crews have been out there trying to learn all the latest information and bring that to you at this time. We do know that according to the sheriff, another press conference is happening later today. Governor Kim Reynolds said in her statement, she said herself that she plans to be there in Perry today to join a press conference later today. And hopefully in that press conference where our reporters will be, we will learn more information about what happened out there. This is the statement from Governor Kim Reynolds. She put this out a little less than an hour ago. She says, "Our hearts are broken by this senseless tragedy. Our prayers are with the students, teachers, and families of the Perry community." And again, she goes on to say, "I have been in contact with law enforcement agencies and am continuing to monitor the situation. I will be joining the press conference later today." She's just one of several elected officials at this point who have put out statements showing their sympathies for the community there in Perry. We do know now 3 people at least are injured, are in the hospital. We just got that update from our Dana Searles.
And yeah, she'll update us as the morning goes on. She has seen more movement as the morning has gone on with the hospital, more patients coming through, you know, just a lot of busyness, you can imagine, at the hospital when they do receive victims of a shooting. They have to be the calm as well, you know, when folks come through and they're in need of emergency critical care.
Yeah, this is a tragedy that required responses from several law enforcement agencies, healthcare systems. There were helicopters out there, ambulances dispatched out there from all over to respond to this tragedy this morning. What we do know at this point, according to the Associated Press, they've confirmed with their independent law enforcement sources that the suspected shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That is not information that we have independently confirmed. That is according to the Associated Press, who again got that confirmed from their independent law enforcement source today. So we are working to get that confirmed. As our crews are spread out around the area, we will work to get that information and also be at that press conference later today.
A lot to follow. And know that, you know, when you hear from leadership, that shows that they understand the severity of this and can only speak to standing up for the communities that have been victims of this shooting. The shooting that began, you know, if you're just joining us, at 7:37 this morning, and from there it was a very quick response from police, under 10 minutes, and multiple agencies responded statewide, even outside of Iowa, the Omaha FBI agency. So this has been a swift response, a strong response from several agencies. So a lot of investigations are underway, and you know, it's just, like we have said, it's a minute by minute, hour by hour investigation.
Yeah. And we're coming up on 12:30 right now. So about 5 hours ago, the first calls came into law enforcement reporting of this shooting at the high school there in Perry, which is in the same building as Perry Middle School. That's where Megan McPherson is right now. And Megan, you were our first crew in Perry this morning. You've seen how the scene has developed this morning. You've talked to a father. What have you been seeing and hearing out there in the last hour or so?
Shanu, Samantha, we have several crews on scene in and around Perry right now trying to get any kind of information from students that were inside the building today. And speaking of students, we actually just spoke to 2 students from Southeast Polk High School, closer to Des Moines, who came out here after learning that a friend of theirs who goes to school here, actually just after learning about the situation, they of course were worried about their friend. Haven't heard from him yet today as far as we know. So we just spoke to 2 boys, again, from Southeast Polk High School. It's very clear that, you know, students across the state are clearly concerned, you know, have friends here in Perry from other cities. So there is a lot of concern, of course. All I can tell you that is new at this time, it's not much really. We are still waiting for confirmation about what time that press conference will come later today. Of course, we're waiting for that update about how many victims, you know, were suspected to be shot, if there have been any fatalities, and also for any information about that shooter. There is a lot of speculation, of course, going around on social media right now about that suspected shooter. We won't, as you guys have mentioned, confirm anything here on Local 5 until it is confirmed by that Dallas County Sheriff or law enforcement. So, of course, I am looking for answers and getting, you know, trying to get that information. But just be aware of that as you see that speculation surrounding online. Of course, the students I spoke to tell me that they've seen a lot online, but, you know, until that information is confirmed, we can't report it here. So I'm working diligently to try and confirm what we can, but we are still waiting for that press conference later this afternoon.
Megan, thank you. That's a reiteration
Yes.
of fact checking all the information that comes through, especially with so much circulating on social media.
And Megan was there for that first press conference at 10 a.m. this morning. We did just get some new information in right now that the next press conference is going to be at 2:30 in Perry, and depending on some of the information released at that time, Unity Point may also release more information about just any updates that they have as well. So again, that presser is going to be at 2:30 today in Perry, and Governor Kim Reynolds says she plans to join that press conference today. So I believe we will have Megan out there again at that time to hopefully get us some more information, because after that last one, it was brief. The sheriff was quick with it. He only mentioned that multiple shooting victims. He did not mention if anyone died, and he did not mention who the suspected shooter is. They do have an identity, but they did not name the person who is the suspected shooter at this time. And he said hopefully that they can answer that in a later press conference, which we now know is at 2:30.
And they did just ask for your patience as well. They need to be extremely thorough in this investigation. So just as we ask for your patience in getting you new information, you know, authorities are echoing that, even though they gave very little new info. I mean, that had to be frustrating for a lot of people. We understand that. We get your messages, and we just want to just keep just reminding you that it is all a process. And there's so many people who there's so many people who are affected by this right now, and the information that we deliver, it needs to be accurate, because you don't want to make the situation worse with so much pain happening right now and so much unclear.
Yeah, and this is a situation that doesn't have effect just in Perry. At this point, it has expanded far outside of Perry throughout the state. Even our local, even our state elected leaders, our local leaders are responding to this. Congressman Zach Nunn put out his statement a little while ago addressing this, addressing what happened today in Perry. And in his statement, he says, as a parent and community member, I'm beyond angry. My heart and my commitment to holding those accountable is with the community of Perry. We have a duty to protect our children, families, and educators. And he goes on to say that he remains in touch with first responders and local leaders in Perry, and that he will continue to monitor this situation. And he put out his statement along with Senator Joni Ernst, who also put out her statement. She says, my team is in touch with officials in Dallas County about the heartbreaking situation at Perry High School. Join us in praying for the safety and recovery of these involved. Thank you to law enforcement for the swift response. And then reiterating Governor Kim Reynolds, her statement came out about an hour ago. Again, she plans to join that press conference. She says, our hearts are broken by this senseless tragedy. Our prayers are with the students, teachers, and families of the Perry community. And then she goes on to say in the rest of her statement that I have been in contact with law enforcement agencies and am continuing to monitor this situation. I will be joining their press conference today.
And a reminder, the vigils that are happening.
Yes.
Plenty of opportunities to just come together as a community. Several churches are opening their doors to the public for vigils tonight. One is at 5:30 and one's at 7, I believe.
Yes, so the 5:30 one is going to be at Weiss Park in Perry, and then that 7 o'clock one is going to be at the church.
And that's open to the community. So there's ways to just come together and find comfort in leaning on each other. What more can you do at this point? You can also give blood if that is an option for you. Life Serve Blood is the main provider to hospitals in the area. You're seeing a shot of the hospital right there. They are asking for donations. You can drop into any of their locations, or you can make an appointment. If today doesn't work for you, they are asking for blood donations, though, because we do not know the severity, the condition of the victims, what degree they are injured. We just know Life Serve is asking for blood.
Yeah, and this is a situation that is affecting multiple people, parents, community members, friends, family. We have been out there with crews all across Perry, some crews here in Des Moines, and we've been speaking to people out there all morning about just how this has affected them. And we're going to go to someone that we just spoke to not long ago. I believe this is Life Serve that we are hearing from.
The need is great. I mean, I don't know how else to summarize it. And I think that people just need to be mindful that the need is always there. And in cases like this, we have to have blood on the shelf to respond appropriately.
And that is life-saving blood. So you're asked if that's something that's doable for you to give, and they've just pushed that request out this morning as the morning has been going on.
And we're taking a look right now at pictures from the Associated Press this morning as all of this was unfolding at the law enforcement response. You do see the information there that the suspect is dead in this school shooting. That's according to the Associated Press, who confirmed that through their anonymous law enforcement source. So we are working to independently confirm that, but that information again is from the Associated Press, who reported that through their anonymous law enforcement source. And we talked a lot about how this impacts families, this impacts parents and students. We spoke to parents out there. Megan McPherson spoke to a father whose son was in the school. We also spoke to another parent who was just shaken to hear about what happened.
And the moment to be reunited with your child after a morning like this, you can just really get a sense of what this has been like for so many families out there. The parents, just how do you move forward with your child after an experience like this, the first day back to school?
Lots of thoughts going through their minds, I'm sure. I think we're going to hear from a parent right now.
I moved here 7 years ago, and I really never thought that Perry would have an issue like this.
And that is Jody Kruth, who told us earlier that her son was shot in this shooting this morning. But again, we are still waiting for the sheriff to confirm how many people were shot and who they are. And so right now, please be patient as we work to continue to get that information for you. We just got an update a few minutes ago that next press conference, hopefully with more updates, that's happening at 2:30, and we will live stream that as well, so you can catch that in real time and get all of that information.
And you can get updates in really any platform that works for you. You know, we give you push alerts through our app. We post on all our social media, we post online. So just know there's many ways to get these updates. This is a timeline to just let you know, give you some context of what we have been covering. If you are just joining us, this happened at 7:37 this morning. Police responded to an active shooting investigation at Perry High School. 10 o'clock, Dallas County Sheriff's confirmed injuries. Yes, they gave very little information about the suspect, about the victims. They did say there's no further threat to the public, and that is a huge sigh of relief for so many families who have been in shelter in place since the shooting started around 7:37. They were told to essentially just lock down the area. They guarded off roads, closed off roads to keep the schools just under tight investigation. So the press conference that we are waiting for is going to be at 3 o'clock, so just over 2 hours away. That new information will be coming through, and we understand that this is very difficult to wait, that the limited information we do have, we know so many people want to know more. We can tell you there's no school tomorrow. Counseling services are at Perry Public Library. That is 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon for anybody who's in need. They have that going on right now. They started at 10 this morning, so same time frame, and they'll be doing that till 3 today. So they are really trying to open the space to just encourage anybody to come through and just find support and counseling. That is the school district with the Perry Public Library. So do get there if you need a place to just try to process what is happening. Prayer vigil for shooting victims. That's going to be 5:30 at Wise Park in Perry. Community is invited to speak, so that is going to be a space for you to share your thoughts, what you're feeling. 7 o'clock at Crossroads Church in Perry. That is open to the community. So we also want to let you know that there are blood donations in need. LifeServe Blood Center is taking donations right now. You've got options. You can schedule an appointment or you can walk in, and that is at all of their LifeServe locations. Just to remind you, they are the sole blood product provider for area hospitals. So to simplify the process, they are asking for help. They have told us they are in great need of blood, as we don't know the condition of victims at this hour.
Yeah, all we know right now is that at least 3 people are in hospitals right now being treated, and that was according to reporting from Dana Searles, who was live from the hospital updating us on that. But again, the sheriff did not say how many people are injured in this shooting. So we will hopefully get more of that information. I believe the press conference is actually now at 3 o'clock. So we'll update you once we get information from that press conference today. But you see the information there: suspect dead in school shooting. That's according to the Associated Press, who reported that through a anonymous law enforcement source. Again, that's their source. That is not something that we have independently confirmed. But again, we are working to get that confirmed for you. And I know a lot of questions right now coming in to our newsroom about all of this, everything from any suspect information, any more updates on the number of victims. Quite a few parents are texting us, emailing us, asking us about schools tomorrow, which would have been the second day back from winter break, and the school district says schools tomorrow are closed. So no schools tomorrow right now, and that's again according to the Perry Community School District. And speaking of parents, I mean, they have been out there talking to our reporters about just how all of this is affecting them and how they've been just kind of processing this. Because as you can imagine, you get a call or a text from your child and you pull up to the scene and that's what you see. Right. And so I believe we're going to hear from a parent right now who was just emotional speaking to us.
I moved here 7 years ago, and I really never thought that Perry would have an issue like this.
Just, you hear that emotion in her voice after being involved in something like this. This is Perry High School, the same Perry High School that held a vigil not even a year ago after 2 students died in a crash, their sister severely injured in that crash, and now they're planning more vigils in Perry.
And this is, it's very difficult to see for no matter where you live. Just to see so much heartache and trauma unfold, it's difficult to, hear just the sadness, really, the sadness and the anxiety that it creates.
Yeah.
It's just one step at a time, right? So if you can get to a community vigil tonight, otherwise it's just step by step, and just keep it here with us. We're going to continue to work to get you answers. And we understand this is a very difficult day for a lot of people, so we do appreciate you staying with us for our coverage.
Yeah. And that's also why the sheriff earlier reiterated asking you to please be patient with them as they continue to investigate this. There's no longer a threat to the public, so they have the scene secured. Now they can really get in there and investigate what is going on out there and answer a question that seems to come naturally with events like this, situations like this, of why did this happen? Why did this person do this? And so we will bring that to you as soon as we get any information. But again, he asks for patience because in my experience covering situations like this, sometimes it takes a while.
It does, and that requires persistence to get answers. And rest assured, we will be persistent on this. We will consistently pursue it as we find answers. And great point. Even the answers that we don't have, we stay on it.
Yes.
Because context can change. What we know right now can change.
And things develop. Things develop. Things change. And as soon as we get that information and we know it's accurate, we know it's vetted, we will get it to you. So right now at 12:45, speaking of that information, we're going to go out to Dana Searles, who's at the hospital. You've been keeping up to date with all the latest from the hospital this morning, where some victims are, Dana.
Hey guys, I'm at Iowa Methodist Hospital downtown Des Moines. I got here about 2 hours ago, and when I first got here, very active scene here. A lot of people were here. I had law enforcement lined up out here, lots of ambulances coming in and out. Since then, we have seen a consistent flow of ambulances coming in and out. We've seen about 2 Mercy One helicopters flying over us. We saw 1 Unity Point helicopter leave just about an hour ago, and we've still seen a good influx of ambulances coming in and out. But within the past 30 minutes, it has died down. We have gotten confirmed that there are 3 victims being treated here at Unity Point Hospital, but we don't know exactly who they are or the age of them or any more information. We do know, though, that all victims have been reunited with their families. We know that Mercy One and Unity Point have dispatched ambulances throughout the morning, and they are both treating victims right now. We don't know any more information, and we probably won't get any more information. We do know, though, at the presser later this afternoon, there will be a trauma surgeon there, or is expected to be there to talk more and hopefully learn more information about the victims and what's being treated and learn more about that. But again, we don't know much besides there are 3 people at Unity Point, and hopefully around that afternoon presser, we'll learn more about the victims and what's going on here. But for now, we'll keep tracking this, seeing how many people coming in and out, but we haven't seen many ambulances since I last spoke with you, where there was a pretty active influx of ambulances coming in. So it has died down a lot here at the hospital, but we'll keep looking into it, and it sounds like a lot of people are being treated and reunited with their families. But for now,
yeah, more than 5 hours since the initial calls came in. We had just gotten done with Good Morning Iowa. We were in the newsroom. We heard the calls came in, and right away started making calls, trying to figure out what was going on. We sent Megan McPherson out the door right away. That was nearly 6 hours ago at 7:30. As we approach 1 o'clock right now, The sheriff says this happened at 7:37 in the morning. Quick response from the first responding officers. They got on scene in less than 10 minutes. And when they got there, that was when the sheriff says they found multiple people shot, multiple shooting victims. That is a video from the scene this morning from the perrynews.com that they provided to us to share. Actually, this is ABC, excuse me, providing us with this video to show you guys from this morning. But the scene unfolded fairly quickly after 7:37. Police got there, found those victims at the school, and that's kind of how it started, as we can see in this video here. Lots of law enforcement early this morning.
And then you have to think of the process they have to go through. You know, processes every school now has to train for: evacuating kids really quick, getting staff out, reuniting kids with their families. Thankfully, sheriffs confirmed everyone has been reunited. So the parents that we've heard from, you know, that terrifying moment of getting a call, a text, and hearing of a shooting, they reunited with their kids.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned this first came in at 7:37. The sheriff says that was before school started, so there weren't as many students and staff in the building as normally would be once school already got underway. So that initially happened at 7:37. The first officers got there in 7 minutes, found those victims, multiple shooting victims, according to the sheriff. At 10 a.m. in that press conference with Sheriff Adam Infante, that was when he confirmed those injuries to us, and then also mentioned that there was no further danger to the public because now they do know who the suspected shooter is, and then talked about hopefully that they have a press conference again later today. And we just got confirmation that that is happening at 3 p.m. And Governor Kim Reynolds plans to join that press conference. But that first one at 10 o'clock, very brief. He got to the point and gave us that initial preliminary information and then asked us to be patient.
Exactly, and patience is the key. As hard as that is to hear right now for so many families, really just torn up about this, we really appreciate your patience sticking with us as we give you just bit by bit steps forward of what we know. If you're able to, if you want to attend, there's prayer vigils for the shooting victims. This is at 5:30 tonight at Weiss Park in Perry. There's community is invited to speak. So that is a space they hope to create for you to find people to lean on, say what you're feeling, what you're going through. 7 p.m. at Crossroads Church in Perry. Again, this is open to the public. So if you're needing to connect and just share what you're feeling with other people and come together as a community, those are some options for you. Also, we'll just keep reminding you, because we know the hospital's in great need right now. You can donate blood if that's a possibility for you. LifeServe is taking blood donations, the main provider for blood in area hospitals.
Yeah, and just right now at 12:51, just an update coming in from ABC. They're pushing breaking news. They are now reporting that the suspected shooter at Perry High School died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. They are also citing law enforcement sources on this. They are saying that the suspected shooter is dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, according to multiple law enforcement sources. According to ABC News, earlier today they reported that at least one person was killed and at least 2 people were injured in this shooting. That number of injuries has since gone up to 3, at least that we know of. And so this is all, again, like we mentioned throughout the show, all developing information that we are bringing to you this morning, and hopefully we learn more information in that 3 p.m. press conference today. But as I look at our inbox, our messages, we're working to bring you answers as soon as we can and accurate information.
Absolutely. Yeah, parents, staff, just know that when we take extreme caution at vetting new information, know that it's because we just want to give you the most reliable, trustworthy, factual information, because we understand this is such a severe experience for so many people, and we take our jobs incredibly seriously. So we thank you for sticking with us. And as we have said several times, having patience as we work as a collective newsroom and work with authorities. We understand how hard this can be to watch with so little information. We get it, but just know we've been all hands on deck.
And this is having such wide impact outside of Perry even now. At 12:52, just into our newsroom right now, the news has now officially reached the White House. A White House official says the president is tracking the tragic high school shooting at Perry Middle and High School in Iowa. Senior White House staff have been in touch with the governor's office, and federal officials are working with law enforcement to support their investigation. We will know more as they complete their work. So that is coming from a White House official just now at 12:53. This tragedy, the news, has now reached Washington, D.C. The president's team now putting out that statement and also in touch with Governor Reynolds' office. She will be at that press conference at 3 p.m.
Thank you again for sticking with us. You know, as we have told you through the morning, these breaking news situations, active shooter situations, the context and what we know changes as we keep digging and more people of authority take notice. I mean, to see a school shooting unfold, the country aches for that school. I mean, it is horrific to see. So just bear with us and know that we're watching everything, you know, and Joni Ernst just responded.
Joni Ernst put out her response, her statement earlier today. She says, my team is in touch with officials in Dallas County about the heartbreaking situation at Perry High School. Join us in praying for the safety and recovery of those involved. Thank you to law enforcement for the swift response. And that, again, Senator Joni Ernst putting out that statement right there earlier today. And she wasn't the only one who put out that statement. This is Governor Kim Reynolds, who the White House says they are now in touch with. She says, our hearts are broken by this senseless tragedy. Our prayers are with students, teachers, and families of the Perry community. She goes on to say that she plans to join in on that press conference later today in Perry. She says, I have been in contact with law enforcement agencies and am continuing to monitor the situation. Now, we did also hear from Senator Chuck Grassley and Representative Zach Nunn. Here is his statement. He says, as a parent and community member, I'm beyond angry. My heart and my commitment to holding those accountable is with the community of Perry. We have a duty to protect our children, families, and educators. And then also Senator Chuck Grassley put out his statement as well earlier, expressing the same sentiment and sympathies with the community of Perry.
You know, it's really tough to see community go through this, and the condolences that come out. We want to just encourage people, if you're really struggling with this, like so many people are, connect. Reach out to your community, reach out to a counseling center. It is can't say it enough. It is a horrific experience for kids to go through and their families in such a small community. I mean, I keep thinking the first day of school.
The first day back since going on break for the holidays. The second day of school already canceled now, and that is something that lots of parents are asking us about. What's next? What's tomorrow? So school's canceled tomorrow. Those parents that we spoke with just shaken. Some could barely had words to express how they felt. And one parent we spoke to, she says her son was shot in this shooting, and this is what she had to say. Just clearly shaken up.
I moved here 7 years ago, and I really never thought that Perry would have an issue like this.
Yeah, and she was brief and to the point. Yeah.
And we do thank everyone affected by this for speaking with our reporters who are on the ground trying to understand the effects of this. We really appreciate you giving our reporters your faith and knowing that we are working to put the context together for you, and we understand these are conversations you never want to find yourself having, and we do understand this is the worst day of so many people's lives right now, and we take that extremely seriously, and we just want you to know that we are dedicated. We are working around the clock, minute by minute right now, and making sure that we have all the accurate, updated information. A lot of emails continue to come in, and again, it's people posting to social media as well, doing tributes and just recognizing the impact of this. It's a process. You can only take it moment by moment.
Yeah.
You know, because there's so much unknown right now.
And even with the information that we are able to get, that changes. It develops minute by minute. This is quite literally developing news. As things change, you know, things could change tremendously once the 3 p.m. Press conference happens, and so stay with us as we continue to follow all of this with our several crews out there, all hands on deck. We have team coverage. We have our digital team in our newsroom right now updating all of our web articles, our social media accounts, so that you can get that latest information that we have vetted and we have confirmed.
There's a lot of people helping us deliver this information, and so just know, you know, there is a whole team working all of our respective responsibilities to make sure that we get you through this as best as we possibly can. And just a reminder, you know, as we close out our coverage for now, you can donate to LifeServe. The blood center is taking donations. There's a critical need for that right now. Vigils.
Every little bit helps, and whether that's donating blood, whether that's being there in the community of Perry to show your support, that is all so important. You know, just keep in mind, just last year, March 2023, this community planned vigils as well because of 2 students who died in a crash on their way to school. Their sister severely injured in that crash, and at that time I remember covering that and talking to their pastor. They had to plan these vigils for their classmates, for the community members out there. And so tonight, if you can make it out there, a prayer vigil for shooting victims, 5:30 p.m. at Weiss Park in Perry. The community, you are invited to speak if you go out there. And then also at 7 p.m. at Crossroads Church in Perry. Go out there, join them, and show your support.
And of course, you can reach us.
Yes.
Text us, 515-457-1026. Many of you have been reaching out with your questions. We really appreciate that. You can also reach out to our social medias any way that works for you. Just reach out.
Whatever is the best method for you. Also, you can email it at news@weareiowa.com, and we will continue to be in touch with you.
All right, just making sure everybody's ready to go. They are on their way over, so they will be here in just a few seconds. So if everybody's ready to go, they will be approaching just shortly. Is everybody ready?
Good.
Okay.
Sure.
We'll go ahead and get started. Our hearts are heavy today and our prayers are with the Perry community. This strikes at the heart of everything that we hold dear. This senseless tragedy has shaken our entire state to the core, and I want this community to know that every Iowan stands with you. It's impossible to understand why anything like this happens, but again, I want you to know that we'll work tirelessly to get the answers so that we can prevent it from happening again. I want to take a moment this afternoon to recognize the immediate and courageous response of local law enforcement today and the incredible coordination between local police, first responders, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the Iowa State Patrol, DCI, ATF, and the FBI, and multiple healthcare providers. I had the opportunity a few moments ago to speak with some of the officers involved, and in a situation like this, as we all know, every minute counts. In their heroic actions today, we can say saved lives. The response was tremendous, and we're extremely grateful. The full resources of the state government will be available to assist in the response and, of course, the community's recovery from this tragic event. The mental health region has social workers that are embedded in the school district and will provide counseling services for the students, the families, and the staff. As you all know, this is an ongoing investigation, so law enforcement will brief you only on what they can at this time, and they will provide additional information as it becomes available. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you. I'm Chief Eric Vaughn from the Perry Police Department. I want to thank the quick actions of the Dallas County dispatchers who handled and dispatched the calls regarding this tragic event this morning. I also want to recognize the initial officers from the Perry and Dallas County Sheriff's Office and their actions on scene. Thank you to the massive response from agencies throughout the area, including EMS, for their assistance today. It is truly amazing to see first responders work together in these crisis situations. And I cannot forget to recognize the teachers, faculty, and students involved who acted bravely and heroically in this tragic situation. Thank you to the community support we have seen and we will continue to need in the future. All of our condolences to the victims and their families. They need your thoughts and prayers, as well as time and space to process and to grieve. This community has been through tough times before and have rallied together. I'm sure this time will be no different. Thank you. I introduce Mitch Morfett.
Thank you, Chief.
My name's Mitch Mortvet. I'm an assistant director with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. It's 7:37 a.m. excuse me, on January 4th, 2024. The Perry Police Department responded to an active shooter event at Perry High School. Meanwhile, Dallas County Communications was also receiving multiple 911 calls of an active shooter at the high school. Perry police officers responded within minutes. They immediately made entry and witnessed students and faculty either sheltering in place or running from the school. Once inside, they located multiple individuals with gunshot wounds. Officers immediately attempted to locate the source of the threat and quickly found what appeared to be the shooter with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. As additional officers responded, a systematic search of the school took place. Officers located during the search of the school an improvised explosive device. The State Fire Marshal and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms rendered the device safe. Numerous officers from multiple agencies were able to secure the school and verify no additional threats. At the same time, first responders were rendering aid to the victims, who were later transported to area hospitals. The shooter has been identified as 17-year-old Dylan Butler, a student at Perry High School. Butler was armed with a pump-action shotgun and a small caliber handgun. Butler also made a number of social media posts in and around the time of the shooting. Law enforcement is working to secure those pieces of evidence. All evidence thus far suggests that Butler acted alone. There are 6 victims, one of them who is deceased. That individual was a 6th grade student at Perry Middle School. The other 5 are being treated at area hospitals. 4 of the surviving victims are students, and the 5th is a school administrator. The law enforcement response was swift and immediate. Roughly 150 officers from local, state, and federal agencies responded within the hour. The investigation in today's tragedy is ongoing. The Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation is serving as the lead investigative agency with assistance from the Perry Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the ATF, and the Dallas County Attorney's Office. At this time, we will take a few questions.
Mitch, Phil Jones from the Register. I was told by the father of a student who was shot that his son witnessed Principal Dan Marburger be shot. Is he the administrator, and what is his condition?
The investigation's ongoing, and we're not releasing any other names other than Dylan Butler's name at this time.
Can you give us any indication as to motive for this? I know this is ongoing, but...
Anything into the background of him is part of the investigation, and we're obviously going to take a deep dive into that, but there's nothing that we can release at this time.
Yeah, could you give us the status of the other 5 who are in the hospital? Are they stable? Are they critical?
At this time, it's my understanding, as of about an hour ago, 1 was in critical condition, but appeared not to be life-threatening, and the other 4 are stable.
Is any racial motivation in this shooting, and are there any Latino victims?
As far as the ethnicity of the victims, I'm not sure, and there's nothing to indicate at this time that it had anything to do with race. As far as motive, again, that's part of the background investigation, and that's something that we're continuing to look into.
Sir, excuse me, there's a video online. Is there any credibility to this video naming this man as the shooter?
I haven't seen the video, and that I don't know at this time, but law enforcement is working to secure those pieces of evidence, as I mentioned in the statement, so there's nothing more that we can comment on about that.
This is the first time that we've heard someone from the middle school being involved in the shooting. Do you have an idea as to the path this suspect took?
It all happened in the Perry High School, and it was before school started, so there were not many students, and it's our understanding that there was a breakfast program going on, so there may have been students of different grades, if you will, in the school at that time. But it all was contained in the Perry High School, not in any of the other buildings.
How many shots were fired from weapons?
That's still part of the investigation. We're trying to determine that.
How sophisticated was the IED? The explosive device?
I'm sorry, one of you?
The explosive device?
Yes.
What else can you tell us?
Not much about it, other than it was pretty rudimentary and it was rendered safe by, like I said, the State Fire Marshal and the ATF.
Can I ask a question of the governor? Given that the investigation is ongoing and this is a local and state matter, you know, however, the eyes of the world are on Iowa over the next 11 days. How should the candidates running for president talk about what happened today?
Well, I'll let
and
them-
the issue of schools violence generally?
I'll let them decide how they're going to talk about it. We're going to focus on the investigation, and we're going to focus on making sure that we provide the resources that the community, the teachers, the staff, those that are involved, the families, that we're providing the resources that they need during this difficult time. So that's what I'm going to be focused on, the state of Iowa is going to be focused on, and I'll let the candidates decide what they're going to focus on.
Do you worry they might politicize it?
Governor.
We're going to take no more questions at this time.
What does the
Thank
school,
you.
for school safety for other schools in the area that we're looking at this year, what does school safety look like going forward here in Iowa?
I mean, as it was commented on by the chief, that and by the governor as well, that you know, everybody reacted the way they should, and it's obvious that training, first of all, at the school level, you know, with faculty and students, everybody reacted absolutely appropriately the way they should, as well as law enforcement as they are entering the building.
You said the suspect had a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Is the suspect dead?
Thank you.
Is the suspect dead?
How the school safety bureau responds to
Is the
this.
suspect deceased?
I believe he said he was.
What was he got? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. Okay.
That I think you'll be able to answer if you're.
Hey, it's Rob. Hey, it's Rob. I gotta do it all.
Like once I heard it was actually like that, once I saw that picture, I started shaking because I was like, that could have been me. I could have been one of those victims in that time.
Just chilling testimonies tonight coming out of Perry as a 6th grade student was shot and killed, 5 others hurt. We're learning their stories. We are sharing them with you tonight. Thank you for joining us. We start tonight with a story no city, community, or parent wants to witness. 2 are dead. 5 are injured after a school shooting in Perry. It's about 45 minutes northwest of Des Moines. Let's recap on how this all started. At around 7:30 this morning, multiple law enforcement agencies responded to an active shooting. In the first news conference, the Dallas County Sheriff confirmed people were hurt, but there was no danger to the public at that point. But late today, we learned some new information about the injured and dead from a second news conference. Now, that briefing wrapped up about 2 hours ago, and it included multiple law enforcement agencies and the governor. So here are 3 things you need to know right now. Like we just mentioned, the suspected 17-year-old shooter is dead, along with the 6th grader. The suspect was identified as 17-year-old Dylan Butler. We're still trying to figure out the identity of the 6th grade student. 5 others were injured. At this hour, we're still trying to learn their conditions. And finally here, the investigation remains ongoing into what exactly happened and what the cause could be behind the shooting. Our reporters have been on scene in Perry all day, tracking down information, trying to answer the questions you have and confirming claims we're all hearing. So let's start with Megan McPherson with the facts of this case, this developing case. Megan.
He shot 6 people, killing a 6th grade student.
Stephanie, good evening. It's been a long and tragic day here in Perry, Iowa, as we've worked all day to confirm the details surrounding this active shooter situation here at Perry High School this morning. We, of course, were waiting to get those details confirmed this afternoon, and I want to reiterate some of the things that we learned about this morning's shooting with you now. We know that at 7:37 a.m. this morning, police responded to an active call situation, an active shooter situation, rather, here at Perry High School. We know that there was some sort of breakfast organization going on, a student breakfast here in the morning. So there were students of all ages in Perry High School, and they were, of course, eating breakfast and together. That included a 6th grade student who was one of the victims that was killed in this tragedy. And so we know that, there was, of course, a large student presence here this morning before school started around that 7:35, between 7:35 and 7:40. We also know that the shooter has been confirmed, the alleged shooter, as Dylan Butler. He was a 17-year-old student here at Perry High School. We know that he used a pump, I just want to get this confirmed here, a pump action shotgun and a small caliber handgun in this incident. And Butler was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound in the school shortly after police responded. They also saw, when they came into the building, several students, hiding out, and also several victims who they, of course, removed from the school and treated. Another something, that we were also working to get confirmed were some of those social media posts that we saw going around. DCI, Mitch Morvet from the DCI has mentioned that they are still working to get confirmed, if those posts that Butler from his supposed account made, if those are related. They say that's all part of the investigation, but that is what I can tell you right now as this time. I'm going to toss it over to Local 5's Dana Searles, who will tell you more about the victims that we know in this tragedy.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, we are learning more. I've been following this about the victims all morning. We're hearing there are 6 victims and one 6th grade student is dead. The other 5 are still in the hospital. We do know that one of them is a school administrator. According to ABC, they reported that it is the principal, and the other 4 in the hospital are students. Now, we know that one of them is in critical condition, but not life-threatening, and the other 3 that are of the 4 that are still in the hospital, those are stable now. So I've been following this all morning. The video on your screen is from earlier today at the hospital. We know that 3 of them were being treated at Unity Point Hospital, and we know that they are still there right now. We don't know any more information, but we do know one 6th grade student is dead. The other 5 are still being treated, but expected to be okay. We'll continue following this and bringing you the updates. Stephanie?
Dana, we appreciate that, and of course our heart is breaking for the family of the student who was killed, those who are injured, but of course it's not just those victims and their families impacted by this violence. Everyone in that school this morning is at home right now. They're having to carry this tragedy with them and process it throughout the day. Larissa Leone spoke to one of the students who unfortunately saw part of this scene unfold. We're going to go to her now with that. Larissa, what can you tell us?
Stephanie, I feel like the word tragedy doesn't even explain what happened today at Perry Middle and High School. I spoke to one student who says if it wasn't for his intuition, he doesn't believe he would be alive today.
Woke up, normal day, took a shower, and then on my way to school. I walked in right away, went to the restroom to just stand there for a while until lunch or breakfast opened up. And as I was waiting there, I heard someone moving around, and I looked through the little crack in the stall, and I realized it was Dylan. And as he looked at me through the crack, he opened his duffel bag and hooked it up. And right away, like, I stood there for a couple more minutes, and my body just told me, like, you're not supposed to be here, leave. I went to the other restroom and used the restroom, and I washed my hands, and right as I left, I walked around the corner to the lunchroom, and I heard like 5 bangs. I saw people running towards me, telling me to run, so I turned around and I tried helping people alongside me, telling them to run, and they followed, and we exited the building. My friend, he's in critical condition in surgery right now, and it's just really sad to hear. I felt kind of stunned because I never thought in such a small town like Perry something like this would ever happen, and when it really happens, it's really more serious than you really think. It's just traumatizing because honestly, he could have just killed me then and there and I wouldn't be here right now.
Now, the small community of Perry is coming together in this time of need for a full list of vigils, community gatherings, and resources, mental health resources for students and faculty. Head to our website at weareiowa.com. In Perry, Larissa Leone, Local 5 News.
We are also hearing from parents who were there earlier this morning. Here's one of them who spoke to ABC when she first got the call about the shooting.
It was a text message this morning from my daughter, and it was absolutely horrifying. Like, that's one of the worst moments of my entire life, but the best phone call I got was saying that they were okay.
Thank
I'm
God
glad that they're okay.
There are a few events going on throughout the evening in Perry where the community is coming together. Local 5's Connor O'Neill is at one of those events in this tight-knit community. And Connor, we understand that the people of Perry are suffering right now.
Yeah, Stephanie, there's about a dozen people here at Weiss Park where I'm at right now. We're in less than a half an hour at 5:30. There's going to be a prayer vigil. This park is right next to McCreary Community Building, where if you remember, we were providing you updates earlier this morning as parents were able to reunite with their students in a safe place. Now for the prayer vigil later this evening, I've been told by community members I've spoke to so far here that ministers will start with that prayer and then community members will be able to speak as well.
There'll be a time for us to kind of hold each other's hands and give each other hugs and know that we're together. We pull together. This town has pulled together so often, and we pull together, so we're doing that tonight. This is a tragedy, but even in the tragedy, we know that there is hope and God is with us.
Reverend Hannah mentioned, pulling together, and it doesn't matter, if you were in the school, at home, or at the school, because prayer vigils like this can bring a light in some of the darkest times. Stephanie?
Absolutely, Connor. All right, thank you. Well, Governor Reynolds also shared that there are multiple offices assisting in the investigation, including Iowa State Patrol, DCI, the ATF, and FBI from the Omaha Des Moines office. The organization working as investigators search for a motive. Meanwhile, members of the community are trying to process today's tragedy. If you're looking to help, Life Serve Blood is looking for blood donations as they send help to Des Moines. The area hospitals here, they're responding to the shooting at the high school. Those who are interested in donating blood can either schedule an appointment or walk into any of the Life Serve Blood Center locations in order to do so. This shooting is garnering national attention, with some of the most prominent figures in our government sharing their thoughts, prayers, and concerns. Governor Kim Reynolds was there with law enforcement this afternoon as we all learned more about what happened inside the school this morning when the shooter opened fire. Here's what she had to say.
Our hearts are heavy today, and our prayers are with the Perry community. This strikes at the heart of everything that we hold dear. This senseless tragedy has shaken our entire state to the core. And I want this community to know that every Iowan stands with you. It's impossible to understand why anything like this happens, but again, I want you to know that we'll work tirelessly to get the answers so that we can prevent it from happening again.
Senator Joni Ernst also responded, saying, "My team is in touch with officials in Dallas County about the heartbreaking situation at Perry High School. Join us in praying for the safety and recovery of those involved. Thank you to law enforcement for the swift response." The White House responding to the news as well, saying the president is tracking the tragic school shooting at Perry Middle and High School in Iowa. A senior White House staff have been in touch with the governor's office, and federal officials are working with local law enforcement to support their investigation. We will know more as they complete their work. For our Spanish-speaking audience, a Spanish version of the article covering today's tragedy is available on our website, weareiowa.com. And to stay up to date with all the latest information coming out of Perry, again, this is rapidly developing, download our We Are Iowa app. You can scan the QR code on your screen to get that app. We'll send you push alerts of all the news you need to know as this story unfolds. And we want to know what you're thinking, what you're feeling right now, what you're hearing, what questions you'd like us to try and answer. You can text the number on your screen. It'll go straight to our newsroom. Our team is working around the clock to make sure you get the most accurate information. Welcome back. 2 are dead, 5 are injured after a school shooting in Perry. It's about 45 minutes northwest of Des Moines. Let's recap on how this started. At around 7:30 this morning, multiple law enforcement agencies responded to calls of an active shooting. In the first news conference, the Dallas County Sheriff confirmed people were hurt, but there was no danger to the public. Late today, though, we learned new information about the injured and dead from a second news conference. So here are 3 things you need to know right now. Like we just mentioned, the suspected 17-year-old shooter is dead, according to the Associated Press and ABC News. We also heard from law enforcement ourselves that a 6th grader was killed in this attack. The suspect was identified as 17-year-old Dylan Butler. We're still trying to figure out the identity of the 6th grade student. 5 others were injured, and at this hour, we're still trying to learn their conditions. Lastly, the investigation is ongoing into what exactly happened and what could be the cause behind this shooting. U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona paused a meeting in Virginia today to speak on today's tragic events.
I can't start without acknowledging the tragedy in Iowa today, Perry High School. I'll be calling the superintendent of schools to offer support. We keep them in our prayers, and we recognize that as we get back to school after the holidays, the reality of school safety is something that we still have to continue to work on.
And this is a rapidly developing story, a lot of information circulating out there. So we want to recap these 3 things again that you should know at this hour that we have confirmed. The suspected 17-year-old shooter is dead, along with a 6th grader. The suspect was identified as 17-year-old Dylan Butler. We still don't know the name of the 6th grade student who was killed. 5 others were injured, and we are still trying to learn their conditions. Lastly, the investigation is ongoing into exactly what happened and what could be a possible motive in the shooting. We just don't know that yet. We'll be right back. We know a lot of information is circulating out there of what happened today at Perry High School. And to give you the latest on what we know, what we can confirm at this point, we want to take you back live out to our Megan McPherson in Perry with just the latest confirmable details in this case. Megan.
Yes, Stephanie, since this morning, and this is something that I asked at the presser, we've been working to get more details confirmed. One thing that is still unknown at this time is some of those details surrounding the weapons used by the alleged shooter today in this active shooter scene. Now, we know that he used a pump action shotgun and a small caliber handgun, but the alleged shooter is 17 years old. And I have Iowa code on my phone right in front of me. It says in Iowa, you must be 21 years old or work in a certain profession to legally own a handgun. So, the circumstances surrounding how the alleged shooter got that handgun, the small caliber handgun that he used, is unclear at this time. It's also against federal law to have a gun on school property unless you're allowed to have one, like an SRO, a school resource officer, for instance. So that's something to keep in mind here as well. And again, I asked about this at the presser. The DCI was not able to comment, as they said this is still a fluid investigation and they're still working to determine some of these details about the weapons that were used. But I did want to update you on that. We are of course working to get those details confirmed. Steph, back to you.
Megan, thank you. And as the shock of today starts to wear off, it really turns to grief. Local 5's Connor O'Neill in Perry as well. Connor, we're already seeing vigils and services popping up tonight for people to go to and get some support.
Yeah, Stephanie, we're still at this prayer vigil right here. It's supposed to happen any moment now. When you check back in with me about 20 minutes ago, Stephanie, I told you there were only about a dozen people here, but as I'm talking to you, there are at least 150 people who have showed up here, embracing each other. Lots of hugs I've seen. They're passing out candle lights, just showing how strong this small town is and just showing how strong this community is, Stephanie.
On each other through this, Connor, thank you. Well, if you are looking to help, LifeServe Blood Center needs blood donations. They're sending help to Des Moines, the area hospitals here, as they respond to the shooting at Perry High School. So those of you who are interested in donating blood, you can either schedule an appointment or just walk into any LifeServe Blood Center locations to donate blood. A quick reminder here for our Spanish-speaking audience, a Spanish version of the article covering today's tragedy is on our website, weareiowa.com. And to stay up to date with all the latest information coming out of Perry, download our We Are Iowa app by scanning the QR code that you see there on your screen. We'll send you push alerts of all the news that you need to know as this story unfolds.